8 minutes past top of the hour. It is a brand new hour, brand new day. We thank you for being with us. It's the Good Time Gang and the kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba for the main show. Join us in 1 hour from now. Thank you for being with us. Lots to discuss today. Might even check in with old Helmsie. Huh? Yeah, we might check in with Helmsie. He's down at the Gulf Coast. He's got his toes in the sand, enjoying some time with the family. He'll be off today, possibly Monday. He'll be back with us soon, though, so we're Helmsie-less. But we do have Eddie Van Adler. He's got TV control. We got old Greg to our right, and I am Speedy, and that's the Good Time Gang. What up, boys? How you doing, man?
Hey, man.
You doing all right?
Yeah.
Holla. So real quick, I put out on social media yesterday on Twitter as Rick and Bubba University, the podcast was being recorded, that, yes, indeed, we did connect with Coach Mike Leach, head football coach for Mississippi State, and that did happen yesterday.
So you got it done.
It did happen yesterday. It was a great time with Coach Rick and Bubba and Mike Leach, something you don't want to miss. That will be discussed during the main show today as the guys break down their introduction to Coach. First time he had met us.
Yeah,
and
there you go.
I think they hit it off. There were some things asked, and I won't spoil it. Rick and Bubba can bring it up, and they can just kind of let you know how it went. But the end of it, I will say this: the guys were straightforward and asked him some serious questions about their relationship with him. So you don't want to miss that. That is Mike Leach with Mississippi State. They have their big maroon-white football game this coming weekend for the
I think everybody does.
Super Bulldog
Seems
weekend. I think so, yeah. And there'll be a lot of baseball going on, too. Ole Miss and Mississippi State play there. That starts tonight. And then this weekend it'll be football, baseball, all that kind of good stuff. So a big weekend at Mississippi State. And so I know the week was a busy week for Coach, but yet he made time for the show. So appreciate it.
How about that?
Rick got me a little bit. And I'm gonna call him out a little bit today. He did
take advantage of your nervousness about things not working.
Yeah. Well, the lead up to yesterday was that will it actually happen?
Because you never know.
No, you don't.
We were talking about it's a busy week because
Yeah.
it is their spring game and all that, and it may slip his mind.
Right. And look, we've been.
It wouldn't be nothing evil.
Would you think I'm exaggerating when I say a year and a half to 2 years where we've been trying to get him on?
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah,
I remember when he was at Washington State.
Right. And we tried
The
to do it.
time difference was what messed that up.
Yeah, and we tried to do it through the proper channels, which
Yes.
is the sports information office.
And we knew it was a long shot when he was there.
Yeah.
That's.
And so we get really close when he's at Washington State. I'm talking about he's going to do it.
The time was what messed it up.
Yeah, and then boom, he leaves and goes to Mississippi State, and then we're like,
We said, well, this is easy.
well, this is a no-brainer now. And then we get nothing from the SID department at Mississippi State, and so we just continue to request, and we were going nowhere. And then you do have COVID in there, and then it was a mess, and he's doing this and whatever. And but then we just decided to go to the audience, and the audience said, well, we've got some connections, and gave me some contacts, and before we knew it, boom, I'm talking to Coach Leach, and he was just first time the request had actually ever got to him.
Boom, done.
Yeah, and he couldn't have been nicer.
The first, I guess that was a problem. He never was asked before.
No,
he never
got to him. We were being blocked.
Oh, wow.
And but anyway,
did everything go well?
Everything went well. It was great.
Well, good.
It was great. And so that is Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Make sure that you subscribe to the podcast and get those notifications, and look for it on YouTube and Facebook, and you got all Pluto TV, everything.
And we've talked about it. If you're a Mississippi football fan, you got you some characters.
You do.
Coaching.
You do.
At both your big schools.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's
and
last year was kind of because of COVID. If we can relax everything and get a little more normal, I think it'll be even more entertaining.
And we didn't give enough to one of the callers yesterday who said, y'all don't understand, Lane Kiffin asked Leach to come speak to the Ole Miss law school or whatever over there, and he actually did it.
That's right. Somebody I was taking calls, they told me the same thing. They said, you need to watch it. So it's really good.
Right. So speaking of those two, they get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I know
they do.
They get it, and so it's going to be interesting to see what takes place. And I saw just on the X's and O's side, where Mississippi State is now ranked number 8 nationally in an updated ESPN 2021 Football Power Index rankings, which they put a bunch of stuff into.
What does that mean?
It's just that they put all kinds of stuff, the team's performance going forward, and kind of basically here's the outlook of what they got coming back, and then what they recruited,
they think they can,
and putting it all together. So
doesn't mean a lot.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It's those. You know what it is? It's those off-season, preseason rankings, which are meaningless.
They are. They just realize, and from a business standpoint, I get it. People are starved for it, and they want something to talk about. Yeah. And people are interested.
Yeah, they are.
Even though it means absolutely nothing.
No.
It's fun, though.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
So, my house is upside down right now. All right, and let me explain.
Oh, I was just
and you're gonna know exactly where I'm from when Taylor was at the house. And he had like half a team over, and putting holes in the wall.
Oh,
and stuff.
Yeah, I remember.
Anyway, we're not holes in the wall, but let me explain what happened. So JC, they have the week off. This is like their off week as far as conference play at Wallace State. Okay, Huntsville, and so they've just been practicing. Well, Coach gave them Friday, Saturday off. And then said, hey, y'all can just, go home if you want or something like that. So the plan was, and JC called us, and, anytime there's a college kid that, you never know what the plan is. And I try to tell Terry this because,
plan.
Right, because, when the kids call and go, hey, I'm coming home, Mom gets excited.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
We're going to start cooking. We're going to, hey, baby's coming home.
Would you benefit there?
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to discourage the cooking.
No.
Especially when he starts asking for things I love.
Sure.
And the snacks and the sweets. You kidding me?
There you go.
She makes some Oreo thing that's really good. And he requested that, so I couldn't be more proud of him.
And you had to sample it.
Right. And so Tyler, I'm going to multiple kids here. Tyler's now coaching in high school. And his high school that he coaches at, they were in their last area play matchup to see who goes to the playoffs out of their area. There only 2 go. And so they were down to the last matchup, and the winner of that matchup was going. The loser, their season was over. So and they play Tuesday, Thursday. And so I was at his games last night, which, by the way, they ended up winning, and so congratulations to him and the team. So I get a call from Terry, hey, JC's coming home tonight. And I'm like, what? I thought his plans was he might come home because you know how they are. Hey, Dad, I might come home Friday. I'm not really sure. It could be Saturday. I mean, it gives you about 3 different scenarios.
You just go, yeah, okay.
And so she says, hey, he's coming home and he's bringing some of his teammates.
Oh, house guest.
And look, I don't mind house guests. We welcome them in, especially the kids that live like 3 states away at least.
Yeah.
And they've got an 8-hour drive or something home. They can't go home. So what do? You go home with teammates.
You don't want to stay there and be the only guy at campus.
Who wants to stay on campus and like be alone?
Everybody's gone.
Yeah, you're sitting there looking at the wall. So he's like, hey, Nick's coming and Colston's coming. I mean, he just, she starts naming names. I'm like, okay, well, that's great. Well, I'll be home a little bit later tonight, and then we'll go from there. Well, 8:30, 8:45, close to 9. He's still at school.
Oh my goodness!
And I'm thinking, man, we got to get up early. I know we don't have to wait up on him, but you got a pile of kids coming in and all that. So we end up, getting involved with some different things around the house, and we can't clean enough, and we just moving around and washing clothes, and before you know it, I look up, it's 10-something. I'm wide awake, and then here they come. It's bebopping in, and got luggage and stuff
after
and
10.
All the dirty clothes just hey, we're home.
Did you go? Y'all couldn't left a little earlier?
I mean, you're killing me, man.
Yeah.
You're absolutely killing me. So I've got a house full right now.
So you're not really sure because it was late.
Right.
You're not sure.
At one point, I stopped counting. Just come on.
Wow.
No.
Find your place on the floor. You're good.
That wasn't that many, but it was quite the night. So now that's what we got. This morning,
you better have some groceries.
Yeah. And then I had some locals that live around here, and they just started pulling up.
Well, good night. It's a reunion.
The Cove is rocking. Huh?
You may have a violation. Too many cars in your driveway.
I didn't even go upstairs to see where everybody was sleeping. You think there's people on the floor too?
Oh yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
23 minutes past the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. Rick and Bubba join us right after the top of the hour. Let's go. If you're not fired up, your wood's wet. Come on, Gregory. I want to ask you a question. You make those crackers look pretty good, so I want to ask you a question because you just took a bite.
It's a good cracker.
You know how you need some water to chase it with a little bit?
Yeah. Peanut butter getting you back in your throat.
Thank you so much for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Rick and Bubba, as I said, join us right after top of the hour. Eddie Van Adler, he's here, though. He's rocking. I am Speedy alongside Greg. Helmsie off. We might check in with Helmsie this hour. He claimed, you remember he was talking big on Wednesday?
He's asleep.
He better be. You know he is. He's asleep with his shirt on. He took his own pillow, and there's no telling. You know what I'm saying? The sleeping situation there. He's still asleep, which means we might need to wake him up. But
wow, even better.
And this was a request coming from him midweek. He wanted us to check in so he could give some love to the folks that offered up the place. And then we started making fun of him that, hey, buddy, they're not going to take it away. It's too late now. You're there, so no worries. So we might check in with him. We'll see. Rick and Bubba, did record Rick and Bubba University, the podcast with Coach Mike Leach yesterday. That went well. There's a connection there now. The friendship, I hope, has been started. And we'll see. We'll see from the guys how much they want to talk about. But some of it was pretty funny. You never know. And Terry knew how much I was thinking about it and a little anxious about it leading up to it because she saw, at the house, we even though sometimes we might leave the office, we don't really stop working as far because now technology, you can check email from your phone or whatever, and so. And
constant access.
Yeah, so she saw me at home still trying to communicate with him and stuff, and so she was with me throughout the whole process, and so she was very anxious as well. Hey, how did it go? And I'm like, honey, you just never know where the conversation's going to go. You bring up a topic, and then you never know where it's going to go. Yeah. And yesterday he went off on some topics, and it was very good. So
he'll anything. Yeah, you can ask him anything.
Yeah. Be looking for that Saturday morning. Some sad news. I woke up and it was in my routine, Greg, and just kind of going through the day and going to my normal websites to look for show prep and stuff. And then all of a sudden I hear at least 8 people dead, multiple other injuries after a gunman with an assault rifle goes on a rampage at a FedEx facility near the Indianapolis airport before turning the gun on himself and killing himself. And I'm like, what? Because when I went to bed, I knew I was at baseball games and JC was coming in. I'm like, did this happen yesterday afternoon and I just not know? But apparently it was late last night.
I see it right here.
And officers say they came in contact with an active shooter after they were called shortly after 11 p.m. So a lot of you that are up and getting going and you haven't, scanned the news sources, you might be like learning this now like I did not too long ago.
Sounds like one of the disgruntled employee deals.
Yeah, it does. That's what it does sound like. And it's a sad situation because according to the reports, there was shots fired out in the parking lot where most of the damage was done, and then he made his way into the facility. Wow. And so there's still an ongoing investigation, a lot happening, but at least 8 dead,
out there.
Multiple others. Yeah, there is. I think this has to be chalked up to. It's almost like it doesn't matter who the president is. There's just crazy people out there, and it's sad. Yeah. But that's breaking news today as you get going for the day. You might hear a little bit about that. No, it's not good news at all. Not at all. Also, a couple of other headlines yesterday. As far as, sports goes and different things happening around Major League Baseball. Saw the Braves a little bit. They had an 11:30 game yesterday. I forgot all about it. They were hosting Miami. They were about to get swept 4 games, and they ended up coming back and winning. So they avoided the sweep last night, or yesterday afternoon, I should say. But I turned on the TV, and you know how sometimes you think it's a replay, and I forgot, wait a minute. They're live right now. They started like before lunch yesterday. And it was a pretty decent crowd. They're going to kind of up the I think to 50% on the second homestand. But it's just good to see at least live, like instead of cardboard cutouts, seeing people in the
quiet,
stands. Yeah.
Echo. That's just weird.
But I kind of got locked into that a little bit, and it was pretty good. It came down to the last at bat, and they ended up walking it off with a walk-off single with Dansby, I believe it was.
So they were about to get swept.
Yep, they were. They were about to get swept by Miami, 4-game sweep, and I think they go off to Chicago today. But anyway, I caught a little bit of that yesterday, and I started laughing because I'm thinking I'm the only one beside Helmsie who probably even gives a rip that this is going on right now
in the middle
of the day.
Yeah.
But it was on the is it Bally? I guess now.
Bally Sports.
Bally Sports.
That's weird, isn't it?
Yes, my goodness, it's weird.
Fox Sports been around a long time.
And I guess the last time that TV, the bedroom TV, was on, it was on that channel, and so when I turned it on, they were on.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well,
I'd say a good ending.
I think I'm in now.
There you go. I'm more relaxed.
Yeah.
Not now because you got a house full of people.
Right. We might try to find Helmsie coming up.
Wake him
next.
up.
I'd kind of like to know from y'all if we should or not. I hate to wake him up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes till top of the hour. Come on, Greg, sing it. I'm a good air guitar player.
They used to have like contests.
Yeah,
for that.
yeah. I feel like I need to get into one of those.
What if you did and you were really good and you traveled the whole country doing it?
I just don't have any hair. Just like when I sling my head, being bald is kind of tough because I think it's cool when you're slinging your hair.
It's going to be hard to do the head banging thing.
Adler's really good at that. Because when he gets into it, he's got bangs down in front of his eyes and stuff. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Dang it.
I don't have any either. I mean, I got a little more than you, but not much.
Right. It's kind of entertaining because on Twitter and Instagram and stuff, you have all these people now where they get it could be a bass or whatever, and they play to songs that are out there, but they're just playing along and they're just slapping
you got
the
little
bass.
Kids
and stuff.
that play that are crazy.
And I share a lot of those with Ryan Greenwood, and some of these people are just amazing. What they can do.
It really is.
And I mean, I'm talking about going to town and slapping that bass.
What else is good? I wish we'd had this when I was growing up trying to play an instrument. It's hard we played by ear and you have to listen and back up and listen. Now you can Google. Yeah. And go to YouTube. I'm sorry. Somebody will pop up on the screen and show you how to play anything you want to know. If you put in a song, there's a video of somebody playing
doing it.
And they'll show you what to play. So that'd save a lot of time.
Yeah. I do that a lot when it comes to like trying to fix stuff around the house. Oh, yeah. I'll just YouTube it. All right, how do I do this?
Cook something?
Yeah. So you want to know my last you're going to make fun of this. You want to know my last search on what to fix? And the video came back on how to do it.
What?
It was one of my fog lamps on my truck. I couldn't get to it. I didn't know how in the world to get to it. And so I just YouTubed it, and it came up with the instructions, and I'm like, well, that's how I get to the light. And so I got to the light.
That's what the internet's for.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Hold on, let me get you up, you guy. Go ahead.
That is. The internet has been awesome for that.
Yeah.
That if there's a small skill that you don't know how to do, by the way, very sleepy voice. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. You're kind of like our liner guy right now.
Hey, Rick and Bubba show.
Hey. Ooh. Views and opinions. Do the views and opinions.
Okay. The views and opinions expressed on the Rick and Bubba show are those of the speakers alone. They do not necessarily represent any affiliated company.
What if he really talked
pretty
like
good?
That? What if he really talked all the time?
Yeah. Well, let me tell you something, guys.
The result in what you were talking about with the guitar
that's unbelievable.
Is that everyone is way better. Like, it is pushing up.
Because you would get discouraged before and just give up.
It used to be, what's his name? Yngwie Malmsteen or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say his name. He used to be the only guy, one of the few guys. There was like four guys.
Yeah.
Steve Vai, I think you would probably put in that category that could just shred like that. Like, you knew like four guys in the 70s and 80s that really, really shred like that. If you go on Instagram and you just do hashtag shred, there's going to be a 13-year-old.
Yes.
A 13-year-old that is making Yngwie Malmsteen look like a chump.
It is crazy.
It is insane. And like the skill level in a lot of things is actually going up because of that. Because you can get around, so to speak, professionals and see what they do. You can be in their world every day. That is amazing.
When
I
was
the internet.
a teenager and trying to play in bands, if I would have had that kind of access, it would have saved me so much time.
Yes.
Because you remember you stop and rewind it,
and try to figure it out?
Yes.
Finally tabs came along. That helped.
That does help.
Well, let me ask you this, because, for somebody that has given lessons before like you, what does that do to the lessons? I mean, is there still nothing better than one-on-one?
That's a good point.
Yes, because somebody can critique your technique, especially in your first year or two. Then you could honestly, you could probably run on your own a lot, way easier now. But those first, because you might use a flat finger when you should use the tip of your finger or whatever.
So are a lot of, because with the pandemic, I would think that a lot of the one-on-one you can't. So is a lot of this virtual now, where you just have a Zoom lesson?
Yes. I know there's like a music school for kids here in town. They had to do Zoom for quite a while, but I don't know if that's quite as good.
I really wish that I could play guitar and have long hair just one time.
Well, I can't help you with the long hair, but just get your guitar and watch some videos.
And then there you go.
You got to practice.
What if I didn't tell you guys that, and then all of a sudden it was time for the big year ender, and we were going to play something, and I'm like, guys, what about me? And you're like, Speedy, you can't do anything.
And he played Eruption.
Yeah.
Note for note.
I'm like, I just been working a little something like that.
And he made like everybody look terrible.
Right,
he was
right.
Just like,
and it teared you up. You saw, this is beautiful.
And you like put your leg up on the console, and you were like doing this.
Because he was real
Maybe not that.
He was real vulgar when you played.
Yeah.
We had to tell him to calm down.
Whoa, easy.
Oh,
you know, I sit where you're standing, and what you just did to that counter.
Yeah, sorry, buddy.
Maybe when we bring the crew
I'll
in,
be
clean
sitting over
that
there
up.
in a few minutes.
I was floating. I didn't make contact. That helped.
He's in the area.
Hey, we've got a story here that I want you involved in. Listen to this. What if this was you? Because you both have had the vaccine, different ones, but you're vaccinated.
Hey, people,
now.
quit sending me articles. It's too late. If all that's true, there's nothing I can do about it.
So
it's in me.
Yeah,
it's too late.
So we have a New Hampshire man. He was accidentally given Pfizer coronavirus vaccine at his second appointment after getting his first shot of Moderna.
Now, how does that happen?
So what does he do now?
What does that mean?
And what I want to know is,
so he got
do they look at him and go, it's all right, don't worry about it?
Yeah,
that can't be good for you.
It's funny you said that. Health officials insist he'll be fine. He'll be fine. Well, is he protected or not?
But now Pfizer's coming out saying you may have to get a third within 12 months.
Yeah, why not 4?
Is this guy will he get like, I don't know.
7 shots.
They'll go, you need it. He goes, no, my first was Moderna.
Yeah.
My second one was Pfizer.
Right. So Pfizer CEO did announce that you'll need a third one. And then there was an announcement yesterday that everybody is going to need a booster that got them.
Well,
it'll
be like the flu shot, I guess.
Yeah.
They can forget it. I got one and done. I'm done.
Is that it? Is that it?
I'm hugging my grandma when I get over what's going on in my head.
Right. I know what that is.
I'm hugging my grandma. Yeah, that's
Was your arm a little bit sore?
Daycare.
That's right.
Daycare colds. Y'all, with my little baby Ruby going to daycare,
brings it
she's
home.
bringing home. I'm averaging 2 head colds a month at this point.
Wow.
It's great. What am I supposed to do? Stop kissing my daughter?
Yes.
Golly.
Hey, her immune system's going to be built up though.
She's going to be awesome.
She'll be bulletproof.
I'll be dead, but she'll be great.
Yeah.
So that's good. But man, that's like oof.
Yeah, this is not good. Craig Richards was his name. He lived in New Hampshire.
Dang,
Received
Craig.
the Moderna COVID-19 vaccine during his first appointment on March 16th. Then 4 weeks later, he returned for a second appointment, but was accidentally given the Pfizer coronavirus shot.
Who blew that? It's like you got a card. Did you come back for your appointment? I did, and it had it written on it. Of course, I think the place I went, all they offered was the Moderna.
Yeah. So the CDC,
It ain't like I got to pick.
the CDC warned Americans not to get one dose of Pfizer and the other of Moderna, except in exceptional situations.
Like this, when somebody A's it up.
The State Department of Health officials sent out a statement saying that Richards, he'll be fine. He'll be okay.
Okay, first of
worry
all,
about
we
it.
don't know if just having regular doses you're going to be fine. So, but we really don't know if you mix them if you're going to be fine.
Right. So I know what you guys did, but for my parents, they did get Pfizer, and the way it worked with them is they walked in and there was like stations set up in this huge room. Okay, and they asked, name. Are you here for your first one or your second one? Let's check the paperwork. And all right, you're going to go to station 6 or whatever. But I guess if the person working and the person coming in is not communicating well, I could see where they might send you to the wrong spot. You know,
but see, like,
but most sections they're only doing one. Like
where I went, they only had Moderna. That's all.
That's what I'm
They're
saying.
Not
Yeah.
mix it up.
Do y'all know if the shot 1 and shot 2 is it just the same shot, or is there like a 1A and 1B?
That's a good question.
I don't
like,
know.
can you got to give this one first? You can't give this one first,
Right.
Or is it
I
just
feel
a
like it would-
reboot of what you got?
I feel like it would complicate things so much if they had to do that, because then you got to make 2 almost.
Yeah.
So hopefully it's the same.
Okay, you ready? It gets worse. So the medic or the person that was administering the shot, and this is Richards, telling the story. Said, "All right, are you ready to get poked?" I said, "Sure." So he poked me, and as soon as he poked me, he looked down at my card and went, "Uh-oh, oh no."
Hey, you should have looked at the card before.
Uh-oh.
Wait a minute. Let me see if I can get it back out.
I looked at him and said, "You did not just give me the wrong shot, did you?" And he bolted. I don't know if I had a real angry face or not, but it scared him, and he left the station.
just walked away.
If you're the guy that did that, would you have just, instead of saying just went
supervisor
walked out? What are you gonna do?
I don't know,
You can't.
That's not a vapor situation.
You can't undo
just
it.
Vapor in that situation.
But you can't undo it.
It's not like a party. That's not like a Christmas party where you've just vapor out of the room.
And then when he walks out, you think, I hope.
And the supervisor came over and said, "Hey, man, you're going to be fine. Good news is now you're fully vaccinated."
I guess so.
Well, I don't know what you do with that, but I'm like y'all.
Wow.
I thought like each location had the one shot of all right. This is like Pfizer, this is Moderna, this is Johnson & Johnson. Yeah. It's not like there's multiple, vaccine shots as far as the companies. I thought it was just one.
When you got yours, were you in a room by yourself,
yes,
or there was tons of people around?
By myself.
Y'all, I went to a room like it was just the Rick and Bubba conference room, like people just sitting around a table,
serious?
Filling out paperwork, and then I thought that was just a paperwork room. Mm-hmm. And then a lady who's sitting at the head of the table, she's sitting at the head of the table. She's like, "All right, come on over here." And so in a room with like 11 people, I had to roll up my sleeve. I'm like, I hope I don't pass out. This is going to be embarrassing.
Well, see, this is
or cry. I hope I don't cry. That was my main thing.
Maybe. See, it was actually a doctor's office.
Well,
or whatever,
talking down
like
to
urgent
you.
care type
Talking
place.
down to you, buddy. I'm sorry.
So they would put you in the room by yourself. They come in there. You sign your deal. And when they give you the shot, they got a 15-minute timer. She says, when the timer goes off, I'll be back.
Wow.
And boom.
I was sitting next to a police officer, and he didn't like me, I don't think.
What?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
He looked your hair.
But I did feel bad, like, okay, he's like a police officer, like frontline guy. That lady's probably a nurse. That lady's old. And then here I am. I'm wearing a hoodie.
He's like, how did he get?
Did that guy skateboard here? Who is that guy? Why is he getting
What
this?
band is he in?
But so let me get this correct, though. But let me get this right. So you got the one that's actually been banned that we can't use anymore.
I got the double Johnson, yeah.
Yes.
That has been pulled.
Yep.
One
Johnson, two Johnsons. Got the old double J.
How about this?
But it's mostly affecting women.
It is.
Right?
It is.
Yeah.
Yes.
You got pretty high estrogen.
Okay,
it's
stop
through
it.
the roof, Greg. It's through the roof.
Just slightly up.
But seriously, like we said yesterday on the show, birth control. I do think it's tied to birth control.
You take birth control?
Luckily, I don't anymore.
Right.
I took my
and you're talking
thing out.
I realized that it didn't work that way.
And you're talking about the blood clots.
The blood clotting, yes.
Right.
And I think if you look at it, people have blood clots at the same rate that took the vaccine and didn't.
Right.
Yeah.
It's
a wash, really. Right. 7 million, and you had 6 people really have a problem.
Yeah,
guys, it seems kind of fishy to me. The Johnson & Johnson is the more traditional vaccine. They saw tons of people were getting it, and they're like, "Oh wait, we need
the new ones are like, oh,
we need this mRNA vaccine out there." That's I have no real evidence for that, but I think something's amiss.
Is it true you asked for a sucker after the shot?
Nope. Wait, yeah.
It's totally normal to be constipated with belly pain, straining, and bloating again and again.
No way. the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba Show. It is the kickoff hour here, and we thank you so much for being with us. This portion of the show brought to you by Ancestry.com/Bubba. Do you know enough about your family history? I know, you hear some history facts from your parents, maybe your grandparents, but have you ever really investigated and said, I'll tell you what, I kind of really truly want to know more about, who my great-grandparents were, their parents, what they did for a living, where they lived. Well, Ancestry.com/Bubba helps you search their stories and form a bond with your ancestors. Ancestry.com/Bubba is where you go. They see, what they did for a living. Did some of them serve in the military? You not even know that. Learn their stories and help find the connection that you've been wanting and that you can pass down to your kids. They got a free trial going on right now at Ancestry.com/Bubba. That's Ancestry.com/Bubba. Start your free trial today as an audience member here at Rick and Bubba. And see if you can learn a little bit of family history. The strength in every family story can be found at Ancestry.com/Bubba. That's Ancestry.com/Bubba. I know I love hearing stories from my parents about their parents and all that, and just learning
history.
Yeah. Let Ancestry.com/Bubba help you, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
You can find that link to Daniel Boone.
I know.
Is it Daniel Boone? Or I get it mixed up every time.
Yeah, it's Daniel Boone.
Okay.
We're not going into that right now because I've got something I want you to watch.
That would be interesting, though.
All right, so I've got to come out of it towards the end because there's a little bit of language.
Okay.
All right, but let me set this up. So this is security footage at the front
of a ring,
at the front of a house, and it's actually a Simply Safe system. Greg, you might not know that.
How about that?
No, I'm kidding. I've just made that up. But anyway, it's a security system, and it looks to me like the family's getting ready to go somewhere, like they're coming out and going to the car, and then all of a sudden, something comes out and attacks them. And it's a bobcat.
Oh, wow.
And he looks like he's carrying a plate of something like food or something like that, or some coffee.
You think the bobcat
and it looks like the wife might have like a crate like with maybe a cat in it or something.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if some kind of animal.
That's what the bobcat was after.
But I want you to listen to the calmness of, hey, good morning, how and they're just kind of, and all of a sudden it goes crazy. At one point he has the bobcat and throws it across the yard.
Okay.
Yes, and Adler has that now.
There we go.
Good morning.
Look, saying good morning. Look, he's got. See a little plate of food.
That's like a cake or something.
He's got his coffee.
I need to wash my car.
He's in. It's a good mood.
Yeah. Okay, things are about to go crazy here. You hear it? You hear the first sound?
Oh my God! It's on her back. It's on her back.
Oh my gosh! Okay. And so he gets it now. It's in his hands, Greg.
Here he comes around the car, holding it up in the air. And now he chunks it.
Okay, so now he's got a side piece, and now he's pulling the pistol, and he's chasing it around the cars. Look,
that is unreal.
Watch out! Attack my wife!
Attack my wife!
Attack my wife!
Attack my wife!
Guys, when he comes around the back of the car and he's holding it up out in front of him and it's squirming, and then he throws it.
I need to wash my car.
Oh, look at him.
He's so calm right here.
Listen to that cat when he gets Hear it?
Oh, this is not good. How did it get on her back?
I don't know.
Is it trying to get whatever's in that crate?
I think it is. I think whatever she's got, if it's a cat in that crate.
There's a bobcat on her back, and he grabs it. And,
she's
now,
got an animal. That's a cat.
Please watch him throw this bobcat. Look, and the bobcat's not done. Now it runs back. And now the lady that was jogging or walking that he said good morning to, she's come to try to help.
And they're in just a neighborhood, you know?
Yeah. Is that not insane?
I think whatever she had a cat because it was a small tote.
Mm-hmm.
I bet there was a cat in there and something, the smell or something. And
did you see it on her? But when it was on her back.
attacked her.
And so he runs over and grabs it.
He grabs it, runs out. He's holding it out in front of him. It's squirming, and then all of a sudden he throws it, and it goes end over end, lands on the ground, takes off running.
Good night.
Golly, bum.
And then he's packing. So he
pulls a pistol. He really needs to be shooting there in the neighborhood.
Right.
Like they're not in the woods, guys. They're in a suburb.
And now he starts. He gets his pistol out, and he starts chasing it around the yard.
The whole time his cup of coffee sitting on the hood of his car.
I know.
Because he had to put it there.
Yeah, I kind of want to know what food he's got there.
Yeah, it looks like a cake to me, like a sheet cake.
Yeah, listen to you hear first sign. Okay. Oh my gosh. And she's in between cars in the driveway trying to get away.
Yeah, you can't see him get it off of her.
No.
Then here he comes around the back. He's holding it over his head out in front of him. And then he throws it.
Oh, he threw that cat pretty good, that bobcat.
Look at that woman chasing it.
I can't believe the bobcat came back for more. Or was it just trying to get under the car?
I don't know.
And the reason I'm bringing it down here is he uses a little bit of language when he says...
if a bobcat's on your wife's back, it'll tend to make you cuss.
Yeah, well, he tells everybody what he's about to do to it. Is what he does.
He was about to.
Yeah, as he's chasing it with his pistol. So I just wanted you to see that.
That's
and
pretty
hear
good
that.
right there.
Is that not amazing?
You don't say that a lot.
No. How you talking about how you never know?
Wow, how about that noise?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
6 minutes now past the hour. Hello and welcome to a brand new hour of a Rick and Bubba show. And we're glad you're here. This hour starts with the national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Here we go. Everybody say it. 27 years of this, the Rick and Bubba show, and still rolling, cranking out another day. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Andy Van Adler have been working on the kickoff hour. Helmsie vacationing. He will be back, Lord willing, on Monday's program, and we all gather together again. But they gave you another kickoff hour, and if you caught it, hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for being with us. If you're joining us for the very first time today, know that you can go back through the various archive options and catch that kickoff hour today if you missed it. We'll unpack those stories. We'll chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. But first, we must bring in the final member of the team, the silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Hey, hard to walk all that. That's not the one I had. Hey, yeah! I bet you can walk this one. There it is. Walk that one, big boy.
You're more confusing than a press conference on Capitol Hill. Good night. Look at there. Friends, neighbors, associates, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Put your hands together.
Let's go with it.
trying to give you Traveling Man from Bob Seger, and it jumped a Beautiful Loser there. I don't know how that happened. That's what I get for going to the essentials.
I hate that.
Yeah. So anyway,
how are you, sir?
I'm good. I'm real good. Ready to go. Lot to do. We, it feels like when you've accomplished something, you just kind of take a deep breath, and the pursuit of Coach Mike Leach has ended. We bagged Mike Leach. We brought him in, and we did the Rick and Bubba University podcast yesterday. It is recorded, barring some technical difficulty of some unforeseen. You should be able to hear our conversation with Coach Mike Leach. We'll review it. We won't give you all the details of it, but we'll assess ourselves, and we'll talk about one of the things we did get a chance to talk to him about that's been kind of an ongoing thing in our history. And we'll have an open discussion about yesterday's recording.
Yeah, it was. It went very well. Very exciting. It was everything I thought it would be, and hopefully you guys will all enjoy that this weekend. But I will tell you this: we just flat out asked Mike Leach, "Can we be your friends?"
Straight up.
Can we be your buddies?
Just called it, and even discussed what restaurant we might eat at. So it was. And I wouldn't, and I can't believe I've been to Starkville that many times. Didn't know about that restaurant, but I'll look into that.
Yeah,
you can bet on that.
I can tell you were pretty interested.
Well,
in that.
I mean, you know how it is. If you go a place, a lot of times you want to know where all the places are.
There is several things in the news today we're going to have to cover, but some of it is a little bit entertaining. We had Fauci on Capitol Hill again yesterday.
That went well.
Jim Jordan was on him like white on rice. It was a complete throwdown, and got a little rowdy with several people, Maxine Waters included, and so we'll cover that. But
Fauci was a June bug. Jim Jordan was a chicken.
Yeah. Well, Jim Jordan makes a great point. And when we get to this, we'll cover it more. But Fauci's he just wants to talk about it from a public health. But I would submit to Dr. Fauci that liberty is a big part of public health.
Amen. And Jim Jordan,
so he doesn't want to look at it that way.
Jim Jordan was trying to make that point, and I realize
just like we're being told now that look, child care is important. Basic needs for people are important. They're not infrastructure. Infrastructure's bridges, roads, highways, okay, public works, water, all that stuff. This thing of lumping everything that liberals have wanted for 50 years into infrastructure is ridiculous.
Yes, it is.
And that's why people are opposing it. So if you're honest, we can work on it. If you're going to pull on these clown stunts, you're going to be dead on arrival. The other thing, I don't know if you saw, the Democrats came out yesterday and said, we want to pack the Supreme Court.
100%.
Called it a pack.
Yep.
Said they want to add 4 seats. Now,
they even had a logo, expand the court.
Yeah. Now, this is what's funny. Senator Markey from Massachusetts, who was the main guy at this, a little over a year ago held a press conference that said, hold it to 9. Keep it at 9. He was opposing expanding the Supreme Court. Now, folks, this thing yesterday, if you don't think that partisan politics are the vehicle of the crazed left, all you have to do is look at that press conference they held and look at what he did 1 year ago. Yeah. I guess he thinks people don't have video.
Well, they got footage of Biden, too, when he was a senator.
He called it a bonehead thing.
Pelosi came out and said she wasn't for it.
Well, let me tell you,
that's just a game.
Don't fall for that.
No.
Because Nancy can change overnight, literally. And all this
she ain't got what she wants yet.
Better be quiet. She's a street fighter.
Yeah,
that's right. I forgot about street fighter.
This is the classic balloon.
Oh.
We're putting a balloon out. We're going to get some feelers, see what kind of pushback we get on it. Nancy can say, I'm against it. But then she can say, well, if the people want it, I'll go for it.
Then she'll flop.
Yeah. So
she's not sure yet.
She's basically playing both sides of the street.
But don't y'all think,
sure everybody feels
but I want to just warn you guys, because I don't want you to go into this kind of frustration. If you think that you can go find a recording of a leftist contradicting themselves and it matter, then don't go down that road. It's just going to frustrate you.
There'll be no effect.
But I mean, how can I take you serious?
You can't.
when I see you pulling all these stunts.
Well, you can't. You can't.
And I know the race is on to get everything you can through before midterm because you're gone. You're out of there. Adios. And if we don't throw them out at midterm, we're done. This is pretty much the last straw, I think, because they're gonna make sure that they're in there for a long, long time without any opposition.
Yep. 16 minutes past the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Fauci will throw dice. 13 when I had to leave home. Knew I couldn't stick around. Had to roam. Good looking, but you know I ain't shy. If you need to love it and you need it right away. But I got to gamble. Lord, I got to ramble. Well, I was born up.
Rick, can I just give you a fact to think about today while you're out there? In this current year that we're in, more people have died from gender reveal parties than have gotten blood clots from Johnson & Johnson.
Oh, boy. That is funny.
Wow.
It's the truth is in the numbers. Yep. The truth is in the numbers. There you go.
Look, there's so many things out there. I mean, let me tell you where we live. And I was just talking about in the break. And I was not a comic book guy, so I don't know that much about it. But I know in the comic book world, and I've heard others reference it before, I think it was the Superman comic books where they had this part called Bizarro World.
Yes.
Where everything was the opposite of what it should be.
Right.
And that's the world we now live in. I mean, we live in Bizarro World when everything that we should be concerned about has been flipped. You know, like we were talking about it in the break when we were talking about some of this, the transgender, the states are trying to save female sports. And here's how the world, see, this is when, in the real world, you would say it's shocking. Can you believe it? It's shocking that there are biological males that want to pretend to be females and then want to compete in female sports. You would say that's shocking. How could anybody even wrap their mind, even consider something so shocking? But in the world you're living in now, so you're living in Bizarro World, guess what MoveOn.org calls the states that are trying to keep that from happening? Shocking. Mm-hmm. Shocking new bill. And it's on the verge of becoming law because somebody put this on all these email lists.
Shocking.
A shocking new anti-trans bill in Florida. Shocking. Shocking that Florida wants to keep the integrity of biological male and female sports. Shocking. It's not shocking that anybody wants to just be whatever gender they want to compete where they want. That's not shocking. What is shocking is anybody says we don't think that should happen. You're living in Bizarro World.
Yeah. Well, and you've got you've got a problem out there, Rick.
Like, how can anybody even think that?
A lot of the folks involved in female sports consider themselves very progressive, and they're very open to all kind of things, and they don't want to come out directly against trans anything. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, they know they can't let guys overrun their sport. They're really caught.
You're in a tough place.
In a tough situation, and they're going to have to get involved, or they're going to be overrun. It'll be too late.
All right, Seth, give me the phrase. See if this would be accurate, because I want to go this world versus Bizarro World again. If I came up to you and I said, "Hey, I heard that there's a bunch of biological males, mm-hmm. and they want to just say that they want to be a female, and then they want to go over there and dominate female sports." Because we know that men and women are equal in value, but they're distinctly different, especially with muscle mass and strength and things of that nature. And wouldn't you say that, well, that's kind of twisted? Guess what Bizarro World says? You know what they call twisted? Florida is part of a twisted, new, coordinated right-wing strategy to attack transgender children in states across the country.
No, not trying to attack anybody. Trying
you
to
see which one they're
females.
calling twisted, though?
Yeah.
You're living in Bizarro World.
You are.
It's not. You're living in an upside down world.
You really are.
And the NCAA has come out and said we're not going to allow any championship. You know, they're all woke now, mm-hmm. and we're not going to allow championships in states that do not allow transgendered females to play female sports. And Florida's passed a law against that. Alabama has too. They were working on it. Several other states have too, but I saw Senator Rick Scott this morning say, look, the NCAA can do whatever they want to do. We're not going to be bullied in our state. We're going to rule our state like most people think makes sense. Males play male sports, females play female. However you want to live your life.
Yeah, that's
a whole, hey, God bless you. Good luck, mm-hmm. okay? But we can't, and we've seen this in Connecticut, We had the trans girls come in. They dominated the track and field. We had the trans woman weightlifter. She set new records for women weightlifting. This is only the very smallest tip of the iceberg on this. It'll be completely overrun. People are saying we want to protect female sports. We're not anti anybody. We want to protect female sports.
In your private life?
I've had a daughter that played. I have a wife that plays female sports. I have coached female sports. We just want to protect female sports. It's very important to females.
Correct.
Okay?
That's it.
That's all it is. It's not shocking. And, Rick, you can do whatever you want to change-wise. You're still looking at XY chromosome, and it makes a difference the way your muscle mass is put on and how you come through puberty. Sorry, I can't do anything about it.
Lipstick doesn't change that.
No, it doesn't. Thank you, Greg.
That and hormones or surgery doesn't change that.
Did you see the picture that somebody has out, and it actually was a woman that put this out, and it shows a man who is carrying out of floodwaters a adult woman and her child. He's got them both in his arms, carrying both of them by the water, and the woman puts underneath. You can say there's no difference all you want to. She said, but when it comes to the muscle mass and the strength physically of men and women, I'm sorry. There it is. There's a design to this. There's a reason why. Because we were also given roles to be protectors and to be to work and to provide and to protect and to go to war and to and we've decided that that's just not the case. And there was nothing wrong with men and women being equal, and women should be treated equal. That women shouldn't be paid less for doing the same thing that a man does. None of that.
No.
But men and women are distinctly different. Not unequal, but distinctly different.
Yeah.
And in this physical area, it ain't even close.
No. That's why we have women's golf. That's why we have women's tennis.
Women's tees.
That's why we have women's tees in golf. That's why we have a lot of different sports. And we've really just evolved that into a wonderful place for the females, and now we're trying to destroy it. I just do not understand it for the life of me.
Well, if you did all that work on the equality of female sports to be caught up to male sports, you Title IX people.
You're going to take Title IX. It's going to be Title 3.5 when you're done.
Yeah, you can wad that up and throw it in the trash.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. The email came in yesterday from one of our listeners saying, hey, all right, I was listening. I heard the caller call in talking about some pain relief product you guys have that said it radically changed her life, and I didn't write it down. But what was that? And I emailed, that's relieffactor.com, ma'am. And she was like, well, thank you for letting me know. I'm all in. Relieffactor.com. Do you have yours yet? Have you tried it? If you're struggling with the aches and pains of life and you can't seem to find relief, or maybe you're trying to find relief in some of the over-the-counter stuff, not just in a moment when you have a short-term problem, but it's become routine for you to pop those things every day. They're not designed for that. And then you get into some of the prescription stuff and the opioids and all that, and you got real problems with addictive properties. And I don't have to sell you on that. We've all, unfortunately, had that hit our family in some way, shape, or form. So why don't you try this? This is all natural. It's 4 botanicals, and maybe this will be exactly what you're looking for, and I hope it is. It is for many in the Rick and Bubba audience, including me. I take it every day. Do yourself a favor. If you suffer from aches, pains, or inflammation, don't let another weekend show up when you could be out there being active, but you just physically don't feel like you can do it. Get the relief that you need by going to relieffactor.com and do it naturally. Relief Factor, find out more by going to relieffactor.com. There's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. You can get a 3-week supply. 3 weeks is the time that you will be able to see whether it's going to work for you or not for $19.95. All right, so Bubba, I see you got some swag over there.
Well, Rick, a couple of weeks ago, we had Jesse Cole from the Savannah Bananas on, the inventor of banana baseball. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if you're following this story, but he's radically changed the rules of baseball.
Yes, he has.
Loves baseball, but thinks that it needed a tune-up. He wants to speed the game up. He's made some changes. He's put together 2 teams, and they're touring the country now playing banana ball. Everywhere they go, they sell out.
Mm-hmm.
And, the best I could compare it to was maybe the Globetrotters, but both of these teams, he has the Bananas and he has the Party Animals. They're trying to win. They're minor league baseball players. They get paid more if they win. So they really are playing a competitive game, but it has a whole lot more fun into it.
Right.
He may have carried it too far. We don't know, but I think he's got some rule changes that are awesome to keep the game moving.
Well, he is the P.T. Barnum of baseball.
Yeah, he really is.
And what he told me, he said a guy shows up and people come try out for the team, and the guy says, I think I can bat on stilts. And he said, I'll tell you one thing, you bat on stilts and you're on the team.
You're in. You're in.
Yeah.
That's a no-brainer.
So we were checking out his website when we had him on the podcast, and I ordered a couple of hats from it. And what I was going to tell you, I was going to show you the hats. These are kind of cool looking.
They are cool looking.
And they even fit my big old noggin, which means they're really cool.
I thought the fitted one really fits you well. I cannot believe that.
Rick,
I love a fitted hat that fits.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's so funny about it, too, it comes in a yellow box, big yellow box with a big Savannah Banana logo on it. Yellow paper inside. Everything is yellow. I mean, it just screams. And he puts in a free sticker, too, that you can reuse. It's a one of those stickers that sticks with static electricity. It's a really good-looking sticker of the Savannah Bananas.
Did you just say it's a sticker that sticks?
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But I said it sticks electrostatically.
There you go.
You know, it's not just one, so you can move it around
right.
and use it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I'm going to tell you, I like this guy's marketing.
Can you give me the size of that fixed hat? Do they just come large, extra large, or is it like the size?
It's, you do it by sizes, and this is a XL.
Okay.
XL.
Well, that's not bad.
And they did it by head, measurement. So, it's good looking.
XL, that
sits down good on you.
Mm-hmm, it does.
Look at you.
Mm-hmm. That doesn't like it's going to pop off or anything.
No.
Some of them, the fitted hats will shoot off Bubba's hat. Bubba, I like that hat on you. Now, I see this other one. It's got all it can take.
Yeah.
You've got it out there.
Well,
the adjustable.
Kind of
I heard it squeaking.
I can tighten it up if I wanted to.
Yeah.
Wait, what's it saying?
Hat. How's that?
Yeah.
What's it saying?
Help me. Yeah. How is, because I'm going to ask on Speedy's behalf, what kind of, are they proud of them?
They were just
normal,
average cost.
Normal.
Yeah. I mean, hats. What do you
about
what
like ours now? About like our prices somewhere in there.
Pretty much. I think so. Best I remember.
Well, we know how much they cost to make, so I mean, we probably all sitting.
These are good hats right there, my friend.
Yeah, it's a good looking hat. I like that right there.
Like them.
Come on, Bananas. Here we go.
Yeah, you look good. You think you'll ever see a Savannah Banana game?
might see some banana baseball if it gets in the area. He, we've had people listen to the show call us. They went to see him in Mobile a couple of weeks ago. Said it was a packed house. Said they had fun.
Yeah,
and he's done several things. So I love the scoring. It's almost kind of like a takeoff of the tennis thing that you play for the inning, and then you either win the inning or you don't, and then you clear the scoreboard and play another inning.
Yeah.
So it's
yeah.
So you get a point an inning. It's not like if I scored 5 runs but
and the other team scored 4, you're ahead 1-0.
Right.
Yeah, that's it.
And first 1 to 5 wins. If it goes past 2 hours, you have a sudden death. 1 batter, 1 pitcher, 1 outfielder, 1 catcher for the game.
And it's funny. He said
one play decides the game.
I like it.
And he says what they do is they're adjusting. Like you have things on paper, then when they start working, like he's saying, like they've even they changed where they were putting the one fielder at one time where it was like, okay, nobody's getting out. So now they move it around, try to make it a little more, and they're trying to make it a little more, they're adjusting it as they go. Right? That didn't work the way we thought it would. Let's try this. And he told us again, we talked about that story on the air, but he told us about the Bananas fan catching the foul ball by accident against his own player. And the whole crowd crowd went nuts on him.
You talking about the crowd being into the game? If they catch a foul ball, the batter's out. So
I love the fact if the batter steps out of the batter's box between pitches, it's a strike.
Yep. I mean, you got to keep it moving. No visits to the mound. I mean,
it's fantastic.
And the pitcher's on the clock. I mean, it is fast moving. That one tie break. What did he call it? What's that big play at the end? If they don't have a winner.
Yeah, there was a name. He had a name for it. I can't remember.
But basically, you have the pitcher, the batter. There's a catcher and 1 outfielder. And he hits it, and he has to score. It has to be inside the park home run.
He says what's great is when he hits it, when they hit it, he says every single time it's a play at the plate.
Oh, yeah.
Because the outfielder gets it, and he throws it home, and then we see if you can get all the way around and get
Pitcher's probably the cut guy.
Yeah.
You know?
And that's what they added, if I remember, that they added the position player to run and go get the ball. It was just the pitcher.
Right.
Yeah,
And they added a position player.
There's no way the pitcher's going to get out there, get the ball, and get it in.
Right. I mean, that's what it was.
Even I could make that one.
They put another fielder out there when they realized the pitcher was never getting anybody.
Yeah.
But think about this. If you're the outfielder, got a right-handed batter, are you going to go to left field? I just, push the ball into right. I got a pretty good chance. And they play center field and try to play the odds that you have to run and get it. I don't know.
But they promote entertainment above everything, meaning the players, if they can do backflips, if they can dance, if they can stand on their head, the more hot dogging you can do, the better.
Yeah.
And you can steal first base.
Yeah, if it's a pass ball, you can make it to first base before they throw you out. You got it. You're on first base. So that's incentive for the pitcher not to throw too many wild pitches.
Right.
That's good. That's good stuff. I'd like to see it. I mean, after you see it, you'll probably have a different feel for it. But it sounds very interesting.
All right. What if they come to your town?
Yep.
They play downtown and they start at 7:45.
Oh,
at night
on a weeknight.
Well, I don't know. That'd be tough.
No way.
That'd be tough.
No way.
It'd have to be a weekend.
Think of it as tennis.
To be a weekend.
Yeah. No way. Yeah. No.
That's just too.
What about a Friday night? Friday night, still downtown though.
I don't know. It'd be tough. It'd be tough. It'd be tough.
Yeah, I'm just trying to say where it is. I mean,
I prefer a nice twilight game on Saturday.
Right.
Yeah. Let's see. When's it get dark now? 7. Start about 6.
Something like that. Yeah.
Because we know it's a 2-hour limit. I might can make that.
So you really, the swag is somewhat of a commitment. I mean, you're
I like his idea and I like his logo. Rick, I'm extremely logo sensitive.
Oh, I am too. I'm with you 100%.
And
I like it.
I like the Savannah Bananas and Banana Baseball logos.
Would you, if they did it at the time you wanted it,
in a box with a fox
on a Saturday? What's driving distance you go? If they had it at the perfect time, everything.
Thank you for
all it is driving distance now. They're not down.
Can you give me a city from where I live?
I'm trying to get how far would you drive? Then, like say
2 hours.
Oh, really? I thought 1 hour. I didn't see 2 hours.
I might go 2 if I had a crew going.
Yeah, if you talking about if everybody was showing up, fired up.
Yeah, if we're gonna have fun.
It's no ham fest,
and eat and watch a game, come back.
So, well, 2 hours.
I know I'm out of there in 2 hours. See, that's the key. I ain't gonna be there till midnight.
Right, you driving 2 hours.
Some extra inning game,
and you're out of there in 2 hours.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
that ain't too bad.
I really had you limited at an hour. So
I'm saying 2. The second time might be 1.
I thought you might go see him in Montgomery. I didn't know you go and see him in Albany.
Right. Yeah, I'd probably get 2 hours. Probably the hour limit right now.
Right.
Unless it was a special thing.
Yeah, I thought you'd go see him in Huntsville, but I didn't know you'd go all the way up to Florence.
Yeah.
Atlanta.
Yeah.
Jackson.
My goodness, you're going to Atlanta.
Nashville.
You're going to
down
Atlanta.
to Auburn.
I thought you wouldn't go any further than Oxford to see him.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us on Rick and Bubba today. Everybody got an axe to grind and they call it being free. All right, so let's jump in to Your America today, and I apologize for that, but Jim Jordan and Fauci got into it yesterday.
Yeah, they did.
And we've got the clip. You want us to jump into it first, and then
just watch
we'll
it and
recap.
we'll break her down.
Jim Jordan wants more specifics.
Please.
And he sounds very much. I've been this before. Going, okay, now guys. So tell me, if we do what
are we waiting on?
This problem will be solved.
Well, this points out what we've been saying. Fauci does not understand public relations. I'm sure he knows all about viruses, but he doesn't understand selling it to the public.
I'll tell you what he knows about is to be sure and invest in one of these companies that's got that vaccine.
Well, there's a conflict there on several fronts, but we'll look into this.
Yeah, so all right, here's Jim Jordan trying to get Fauci to be specific. Here we go.
You gave us a guess on Texas. Look at the chart here. This is 7-day average of case rate per 100,000 people. You gave us your guess on Texas. You said when Texas ended their lockdown, ended their mandate, that this was, quote, inexplicable and would lead to a surge in cases. Texas is near the bottom of the 50 states, but all the states at the top are lockdown states. So how great was that? That guess didn't seem to be too good. What explains why Texas is so darn low compared to the rest of the states? Lockdown states have a much higher case rate than the state of Texas, which is over a month ago now, said we're not going to lock down, we're not going to have all these mandates that you say we have to have.
Yeah, there's a difference between lockdown and the people obeying the lockdown. You know, you could have a situation where they say we're going to lock down, and yet you have people doing exactly what they want to do.
Is that what is happening in the top 8 states in the country? They're just not following what's been told. They're not listening to Dr. Fauci.
I'm sorry, you're speaking so fast, I'm not even hearing what you're saying.
Well, you can look at the numbers.
I can't see that, it's too far away.
Okay, well, Michigan's at 551 cases per 100,000. Texas is at 77. Wisconsin's at 109 because their state Supreme Court overruled their governor, their Republican court, and said we're not going to have a lockdown in Wisconsin, and their numbers are 5 times lower than the state of Michigan, which is right next door.
The German time has expired.
But, Mr. Chairman, it's typical when there's a question on the table that the witness gets a chance to respond to that last question. I want to know why. Why Wisconsin's at 109 and right next door, Michigan's at 551. Michigan is locked down and Wisconsin isn't.
I think the gentleman answered you quite clearly.
He didn't answer that.
There's a big difference in being a lockdown state by order and being a state that obeys orders. That answered the question, in my opinion. And with that, the chair recognizes Mr. Kushner Morphy.
It's like a Saturday Night Live skit. It really is.
There's another part of this.
Yeah. Oh, boy, is there.
Oh, yeah. But he makes a point. I mean, doesn't make any sense what you're saying.
Well, you can't even go by region because you have Wisconsin, who is not locking down, Michigan right now, who has been a lockdown state, threatening to do more because they're off the chart right now.
And what Fauci?
So what is the difference?
And Fauci's answer and the chairman's answer doesn't make any. That doesn't make sense because Texas is not locked down at all.
That's right.
So if people are not obeying, it's the same thing as not being locked down.
Right. Yeah,
so
that's what I'm saying. They're the same. Why are they hired?
Right.
Exactly.
Well, here is the problem. You have the world-renowned Dr. Fauci,
who
I think probably in his heart is trying to do the right thing, but he can't accept his precepts are wrong. He can't look at the evidence and see it ain't working the way he said it was supposed to work. He has evidence right in his face. He sit there before Congress and told them Texas, when they lifted the mandates, when they lifted the masks, this was going to be a disaster. Ain't been a disaster. They're at the bottom of the list of infections. Michigan has locked everybody down. They're at the top. Wisconsin, right next door, said, no, we're not going to lock down.
Had to
overrule them. Guess what? Theirs is nothing compared to Michigan. Florida's fine. Most of the southeastern states are fine.
Well, so Jim Jordan is trying to get him to quit being so vague and go, give us a number when Americans can get their liberty back.
Yeah, where
and
is
so
that
they've been arguing. They're going crazy, and this is where we pick it up.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want you to answer my question. The American people want Dr. Fauci to answer the question. What does it have to be?
Expire, sir. If you need to respect the chair and shut your mouth.
That's Maxine Waters telling him
bird.
Telling him to be quiet. But prior to
shut
that,
your mouth.
it was about 6 minutes of just argument.
Time to pull back on masking, physical distancing, and avoiding congregate settings. When is the time? When do Americans get their freedom back? Can you put your microphone on, please?
Sorry. When we get the level of infection in this country low enough that it is not a really high threat.
What is low enough? Give me a number. We had 15 days to slow the spread, turned into 1 year of lost liberty. What metrics, what measures, what has to happen before Americans get their freedoms back?
My message, Congressman Jordan, is to get as many people vaccinated as quickly as we possibly can to get the level of infection in this country low that it is no longer a threat. That is when. And I believe when that happens, you will see.
What determines when?
I'm sorry.
What measure? Are we just going to continue this forever, or when do we get to the point? What measure? What standard? What objective outcome do we have to reach before Americans get their liberty and freedoms back?
You know, you're indicating liberty and freedom. I look at it as a public health measure to prevent people from dying and going to the hospital.
You don't think Americans' liberties have been threatened the last year, Dr. Fauci? They've been assaulted. Their liberties have.
I don't look at this as a liberty thing, Congressman Jordan.
Well, that's obvious.
As a public health thing.
But
I disagree with you on that.
You think the Constitution is suspended during a virus, during a pandemic? It's certainly not.
So you see, and this goes on. He never gives him a specific, never. No. And then Maxine Waters tells him to be quiet.
And he goes on to say, is this not just turned into a scam?
Right.
You're vaccinated and you're sitting here with nobody around you wearing 2 masks.
It's unbelievable.
Come on, and they get into this whole thing again. He said, if we get vaccinated, why can't we go back?
Right.
Well, all right, the level.
And then at one time he says, which really got me, and the chairman says that somehow the standard may involve on how many people in the government have been vaccinated. What's that got to do with the states?
Well,
whether your senators and representatives have been vaccinated.
Well, think about it, Rick. Yeah. That's all important. As long as heaven's taken care of, the rest of the world will be all right.
Well,
that's what he's saying. And I
hope you were listening to the phrases here. These phrases that you're hearing are very important.
And I would submit this to Dr. Fauci. Liberty and our mental health is part of public health. You are looking at this thing down a pipe. You're not looking at the big picture. And you've done more to keep people from getting vaccinated than anybody else right now, because you keep telling them their life doesn't change. Well, why get vaccinated?
Right.
And now we're going to have a booster after 2 shots? Most people I know says, no, don't think so.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes past the hour from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Thanks for being with us today. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming out tomorrow. Our guest, Coach Mike Leach. Finally, we did it. We'll unpack that a little bit for you today, do a little tease to get you ready for tomorrow's Rick and Bubba University. It's our unique podcast. You know, we have the archives every day on our podcast channel. And then one original podcast every week called Rick and Bubba University. Get it wherever you find your podcast. We've got Eddie Van Adler here today, Speedy and Greg. Helmsie out. He'll be back on Monday. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
So let's talk with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Harry Murdahl is taking your phone calls right now, and we do have lines available, and we'd love to speak with you to start this hour. We're going to start with John in Hoax Bluff, Alabama, listening to Z93. How about you, John? Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Green Acres. How are you guys?
We're good, man. We're good. So go ahead.
Yeah, I know you guys were just talking about Fauci. I think Bubba kind of hit it right on the head when he said he's looking at it through like a narrow point of view. From his point of view, he's only considering health. He's not considering everything else, with that's happening out in the world. Because technically he's right that you're totally locked down if you just never leave your house. That would work, but you can't, there's an outside factor.
Well, John, I would submit this to you. I don't know that he's right on that.
Yeah, I don't think it works.
I think if you have the Black Plague, you might have to lock down. If it's some airborne, disease killing everybody, you may have to ride it out. But now we know so much more about this. It is dangerous, but the survivability rate is like 99%.
Right.
It's just, and if we look at the data, I mean, science, you have to look at the outcomes of things.
Mm-hmm.
The lockdown states are having a worse time than the open states.
And part of that
so
is.
So what can we make of that?
Well.
What can we make of that? Well, there's a couple of things.
Yep.
If you lock down too long, your personal immunity goes down.
Right.
When you're exposed to things each and every day, your immune system stays guarding the fence,
right,
for lack of a better term.
Yep.
When you're not exposed to it, your immune system goes back into the armory and stands down.
Yep.
So when you do come out, you're not ready and you are not protected. So there is. Again, I think it's a different approach if we're talking about something that has a 50% survival rate,
mm-hmm,
as opposed to a 99.
Yeah.
And I do think, sadly, as it has been discussed, and everybody says this, well, it's been politicized. Well, yeah, it has.
Yep.
On both sides to a degree.
Right.
But now you see so many of these governors have grabbed power. They've dictated this, and it's going to be disastrous for them. They're not going to have money. Their budgets are going to be destroyed. People are going to be leaving. It's just going to gut their infrastructure, and I don't know what they're thinking, quite frankly. But now that these numbers are going back up, all they know to do is lock down more, which is making the problem worse.
So this is the latest.
You cannot get herd immunity staying at home.
And that's what I was going to say.
Let's just look at that fact alone. Anybody, any doctor, anybody can tell you you cannot get herd immunity from anything by isolating.
No.
You have to be exposed to it. That's what the shot does. It exposes you to it. So you generate antibodies. Y'all, come on. You don't have to be a doctor to get this.
Look, professors at Rick and Bubba University, we know that you cannot achieve herd immunity. And it might be if people lock down, then keep going back out into gatherings or getting around people, that's when you see it shoot up, not people who just work through it. So here's this is CDC's own numbers, their own numbers, okay? Not Rick and Bubba's numbers, not Sean Hannity's numbers, okay? Rush Limbaugh's dead. He can't get you anymore.
Yeah.
All right, it's not Orange Man's numbers, okay? The CDC, the beloved, all-loving and caring CDC.
Run by a Biden appointee.
The survival rate of COVID-19 is 99.74%. Now, I want you to look at this. So the chance of you dying from it is 0.1%. Okay, and the chance of your children dying of it is 0.01%. So that's not the Black Plague. That doesn't call for lockdowns.
No.
And so that is the
initially we didn't know what we were dealing with.
Right.
And honestly, modern medicine hadn't had to deal with a lot of these things on this scope.
And we also have treatments for it now we didn't have to begin with.
That's right. That's right. We therapeutics, as we like to call them.
Yeah.
So really, in the case of Michigan and other places, they need to actually do right opposite of what they're doing. They need to open up, take their licks for a week or two, and then they'll go down. But you're not going to look. And we knew this when we opened up. We said there's going to be more surges. Nobody thought that was going to go away.
That's just common sense.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is surge level 3 or 4. I don't know how many.
Well, if I keep locking down, then you know what I keep producing?
You're going to have another surge.
I keep producing surges. So we've talked about that, but the point.
Plus, you've destroyed the economy. You destroyed lives. When it is all over, what are you going to have to go back to?
Well, when you look at just listen to what Fauci was saying yesterday. You need to really pay attention because you have to understand the big government people. Jordan kept saying, "What about liberty?" Fauci said, I don't look at this through the lens of liberty. I look at it through health and people dying. Well, see, that sounds all noble and, the great Fauci. But what he's doing is he's playing the card that the giant government leftists have always played. We will terrify you into giving up your liberty. They've been trying to do it, and they've accomplished it, and it's always been a playbook. It's almost like you'll look around, you go, I guess, man, maybe the death rate is higher than I think it is. And even this guy will say this while the CDC is behind him. If you had a board behind him saying your survival rate is 99.7%. And then you hear him talking like this is the end of the world. We must give up our liberties. We must stop. We must lock ourselves away. The lockdowns don't work. But Fauci says he's trying to save our lives. And see, as long as that narrative stays out there and that propaganda keeps going, you're willing to give up things that the Founding Father says never give up. Because to Bubba's point he just made, you end up saving nothing. You're left without a country. You're left without freedom. You're left without liberty. You don't have anything left. So what were you trying to hang on to? And that's the point that has been overlooked. And if we don't do something at these midterm elections.
Well, if you
allow them to do this court thing, which we'll do another segment on it, and we have the pictures, by the way, of their podium having one propaganda statement on it, and it's now been replaced with another one. Mm-hmm. The exact same people, by the way.
Last year it was #We Need 9. Now it's #Expand the Court.
Right.
I mean, good night, y'all. Come on, do we look that stupid?
Let's go to Mike and Harvest. Mike, go ahead.
Don't answer that.
Mike, go ahead.
Morning, guys. I haven't seen the video, but the guy, the chairman of this committee, sounds like the same guy that thinks that if too many people got on one side of an island, it would tip over. Was that the same guy?
No. This is James Coburn, who's he's the representative from South Carolina. I wouldn't pin that on him. I have too much respect for him, really.
Anonymous talking about the Pfizer needing a booster. Go.
Yeah. Do you have any comments on that? Why do we just find out now that we might have to have a third booster?
Well, here's the thing. They don't know, and they didn't know when they did the test how long it would last, and they didn't know if you would need a booster. I know, but again, this goes back. I understand what they're saying from a scientific standpoint because they just don't know, Rick. They don't know until it's been out there a while. They don't know how long the immunity is going to last. But from the PR standpoint, again, this is terrible. To be putting this out right now. Let it run its course. Let it run its course and then see where we are. Between what Fauci is doing and the announcement you're going to need a booster, they're doing more to turn off people getting vaccinated than any other thing they could do.
Can I tell you how not to sell a vaccine?
Well, we're seeing a classic example of it right now.
Let me tell you how not to sell the vaccine. To tell people that nothing's going to change in their life. They're going to wear masks, maybe double masks forever. Okay, and by the way, we may have to keep bringing you back for various boosters to the end of time.
Yeah.
That, by the way,
and we're going to pause one of them.
Well, I've talked to several people who have been fully vaccinated, and they said there will be no boosters.
Can I tell you something about that is head tilting? How Johnson & Johnson ever came to the market. I mean, when you've got two that are in the 90% effective and you let a 67% one walk out there.
Well, they were all working on them together at the same time.
Well, I know, and that's why that was out there, because we all got a deal.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes. We'll continue with your phone calls, and we'll reset at the bottom and hit some new topics. O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events 1 week from yesterday, April 22nd, First Baptist Church, Opelika, Alabama. They're in year 2 of the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com, and I'll be there speaking with Charles Billingsley. He'll be live in concert, $5 ticket for that. Look for details there at upcoming events at rickandbubba.com. On April 25th, on to Rainbow Presbyterian Church. They're doing Man Church, starting the discipleship strategy. I'll be there and honored to kick that off, where it all began in Gadsden, Alabama. That's the 25th of April. 29th, a lot of us will gather for the 16th annual Kevin Derryberry Golf Classic. That's for the Kevin Derryberry Ministries. Be at Timberline Golf Club. That is right outside of Birmingham, just south of Birmingham, and Calera, Alabama. April 30th, back out on the road again over to Summerville, Georgia, at Chattooga High School Gymnasium, the Forged Men's event. If you'd like to find out about that men in that area, that's April 30th. And upcoming events, May the 2nd, Colquitt, Georgia. I'll be there also for the second Man Church. They have started the discipleship strategy back in January. Rich Wingo spoke there at the first Man Church. I'll be speaking at the second one as they go into the next phase of the curriculum. And you can find all these dates and any upcoming dates by going to the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events at rickandbubba.com. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. To the phones, we continue, and then let's go to...
What city was that you were talking about? Chattooga? What'd you say? Yeah, I like the way you said
it. Isn't that Chattooga County? Isn't that over in Summerville? Did I say it right?
I love the name of it, though. You know, I love... Some things just flow.
Yeah, I think I'm saying that
Chattooga.
Right. I also was corrected in Georgia that actually Colquitt, Georgia is not in Colquitt County. Now try that on for size.
Rick, it makes perfect sense.
Does that make any sense?
Me.
It's in a different. There's another county they tell me. I can't remember what it was now. But anyway, so you know what I mean. So let's go to the phones and let's go to Corey out of Birmingham, listening to ZZK. Corey, go ahead.
Hey, how y'all doing this morning?
Fired up and ready. That's all we know.
I was calling to talk about. Rick mentioned just a minute ago about how Johnson & Johnson probably shouldn't have even came out, but in actuality, Johnson & Johnson has the lowest death rate of any of the vaccines out right now. The Pfizer and Moderna are 48 and 50% of the death rate with the vaccines, while the Johnson & Johnson only hold 2%.
Well,
and,
I think
Johnson. Go ahead.
Well, I think a lot of these numbers are misleading because I have spoken personally with several places who are administering these vaccines, and they even told me, Rick, they said they're having the same blood clot issue with all of them. And guess what? So does the disease. So blood clots are common with all of it. So some of it's being blown out.
Yeah, well, he was actually protecting Johnson & Johnson. He said if you look at the people who died from the vaccine or had problems with the vaccine, Moderna and Pfizer have bigger numbers than Johnson & Johnson. And see my point wasn't the death rate. My point was the fact that they're not as the Johnson & Johnson test haven't showed it to be as effective in keeping you from getting the disease as Pfizer and Moderna. And I said, in the old days, the free market, they would have gone after Johnson & Johnson and said, you don't want to be with 67%. You can be over here at 90-something%. Theirs is not as good as ours. So I wasn't really talking about the death rate. I was talking about the effectiveness.
Yeah, well, down the road, if there are no side effects from the other long term, that it would probably fade out. Or unless they do studies and say, look, if you've had it, Johnson & Johnson matches up better with you or worse. And, and the Trumpster and all, they had to do a shotgun. He just said, look, you do this, you do that. Yeah. They had to have several in development. They couldn't wait to see if the first one worked.
But I'm saying if I'm Johnson & Johnson and I'm sitting there at 67%, okay, and the others are in the 90s.
It's higher than that, isn't it? About 75?
I saw one that says 67%. Maybe it's gotten better than that.
It's not 90.
But it's nowhere near Moderna and Pfizer. Well, then how do I sell my vaccine? Well, then I got to have something to bring to the table. So guess what I have? Oh, you only have to have this one once.
And that's a good selling point for some people.
If it's true. Mm-hmm. But, the last time I checked, call me crazy here, okay, don't you get to about that percentage on one dosage of the other two? without the second dose?
I think so.
Okay,
pretty close.
Just remember that.
But I think, Rick, but
hey, everybody take a note of that.
But remember when they were
maybe you're just getting one.
When they
it's
were
just like the others.
When they were developing this,
Ding,
they
ding,
didn't
ding.
have those numbers, and they couldn't wait.
Right.
They couldn't wait on those first numbers to come back because the other wouldn't be. It'd be delayed. So
Just
much.
as a professor at Rick and Bubba University, just remember if only one dosage of the other gets you to the exact same percentage as one dose of Johnson & Johnson, maybe there isn't a lot of difference. It's just I need to find some way for mine to be a little bit different.
Mm-hmm. This is one thing you don't want to hear when you get the shot, though. We did a story in the kickoff hour out of New Hampshire. There's a man that got the first Moderna shot, and then 4 weeks later he went to get the second one, and they accidentally gave him the Pfizer one.
I wonder how that's going to play out.
I don't know. The supervisor quickly came over and said, "Hey, man, you're going to be all right."
So did he get one and one, or did he get the second Pfizer?
Right. Yeah.
I need to know. What did I get? Did I get 2 ones? Let's go to. Let's go to. Let's go to Bob in Mississippi. Bob, go ahead.
Yeah, Bob.
Hey, Bob. Hey, Bob.
Hey, guys. Just wanted to talk and see if y'all have heard kind of along the same lines as the other guy that called just a minute ago. I was at a facility yesterday in Mississippi, and there was a pretty reliable source that told me she was part of giving out the vaccines there. But they've had 5 employees at that one facility that's had reactions to the Moderna vaccine as well, with blood clots, kind of along the same things.
Yeah, I think that's what Bubba just said.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Bubba was mentioning that too.
Right. Yeah, and she's like, everybody's talked about the Johnson & Johnson, but you've not heard anything about the Moderna. And I tried looking up yesterday after she told me that, and I couldn't find anything about it. But
well, and again, maybe, I don't know what's true and not true. Good luck trying to find that out.
Well, and two, you have to remember this: the rush to vaccinate, which was important, at that time, your safety level you're not as concerned about. Now that we're getting down the road, they'll look a little closer at it. There's a lot of variables in all of this, even in our own emotional response to it that you have to look at.
So you just go logic. Here's logic, and it's always been this way. We have no idea the long-term effects of the virus itself or these vaccines. We have no idea. We make best guesses, and that's the way it's always been. Bottom of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Much to do going forward on the program today. Let me, first of all, ask the question, have you taken a look at helixsleep.com/Bubba? Have you? You need to go give it a look-see. The real Greg Burgess, his wife Lisa, they are loving their Helix mattress. And how does it work?
Oh, Rick, I love it. It's so comfortable. It's like sleeping in a cloud. I gave them my preferences on how I sleep, how I lay, whether I like a firm mattress, soft, blah, blah, blah. Custom fit it, send it to you. 100 days, try it out. But I knew immediately that I loved it.
So you guys are loving it. But how long? Because I'm no hassle. How long does it take for me to put in all my sleep preferences and all that?
Oh, less than 5 minutes. It's easy. It's a quick. You go online, you answer like 10 questions, maybe. It may not be that many.
Yeah. So they
no
get
time.
Because
no time.
Well, how about everybody's unique? Not everybody sleeps the same way. So if this one size fits all mattress world, you can leave that world and get a customized mattress by going to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Now, when you go there, they also have Helix Plus mattresses if you want the bigger ones. Need something a little bigger? That's
large.
Fine. You can do that. Some people like, hey, give me that big one. We're going to get you $200 off if you go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. That's $200 off. You can also find that link by going to rickandbubba.com. You'll see sponsors button. And as Greg mentioned, the 100-day free trial goes with it.
And Rick, named after a really good Canadian 80s metal band, Helix.
They're not named after the band Helix.
Oh, did you remember Helix?
Yes, I remember Helix.
Heavy metal love.
Uh-oh. You heard that in your headphones, didn't you?
No, come on, man.
You look, this show and UFOs.
I know.
I had a guy tell me the other day that his son called him and said, "Dad, I have to get out of the car and go to work. Tell me if Rick was abducted by UFOs." I haven't heard the end of the story.
Let me tell you this. If one of us gets abducted, you talk about it. We'll give it at least an hour.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I say we give it a week.
Bubba,
we'll talk about it all week.
Bubba, you think that there might be an explanation for this one?
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Does Adler have the video? This was some more leaked video.
There it is.
Oh, man.
Now, this was the one we had a few days ago that it looks like a triangle in the sky. But Rick, we've got an updated one that is in the middle of broad daylight, seen by a military pilot, and it is some of the clearest footage you've ever seen. Now, I do want to point out the other one at night.
Is it a triangle?
It is. I don't think a UFO would have lights on it.
I saw it flashing. Like that they have on.
You don't know that.
That's what our aviation has, so people won't run into it. Well, Rick,
Bubba, seriously, I thought the exact same.
Y'all seen a spaceship and you go out there, they usually don't have lights on.
Well,
Rick,
Rick, I didn't have anything to compare it to. That's a good point and it's valid.
When we run a military mission over hostile territory, we don't put on flashing beacon lights so they can see us.
No.
They go all dark. We've seen that. They even turn the control panels down, the lights in the control panel, so it doesn't make why would I travel light years away to put on beacon lights while I'm surveying the people I'm trying to hide from? It doesn't make sense.
No,
it doesn't.
Where did this happen, Bubba? I can't find it.
I'm sorry. I thought you had it already when we were talking.
Now
about
Bubba done freelanced one.
Yeah.
Bubba's got a different footage.
There was a filmmaker had commented that it was the clearest footage he had ever seen.
I saw that. That's from Fire in the Sky. That's from that movie.
The one in Arizona.
Bud got tricked. It showed him part of that.
Are
you from Independence Day?
Are you talking about this right here?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's video of that out there.
Let me see.
That right there. We got a still shot of
that. And they've blown it up. I mean, it's.
What website is that?
It's a
UFO.
Fox News story that we have printed.
Yeah, it may just be a still shot.
I wish
Adler. It may not be a video.
No, there's video of it.
Is there? Of this one right here. So I'm looking at it right now. It's in the blue sky.
We'll take the still shot if you don't have the video, but
yeah.
And I'm sorry, Ed. I thought we had it already. My bad.
Well, he did. He had the one in the dark, but the light one that you had.
There's the picture.
This is old, but we talked about.
Yeah. The video. He's basically the guy is talking about the 18-second video that the three pyramid-shaped UFO deal that the Pentagon came out and said, okay, this is what it is. He's basically saying this is the best evidence that we have. It's him commenting on it.
Yeah, this one is a March 4th, 2019 sighting we see in the daylight.
But it was just leaked out.
And the first video was seen by the public in July 2019.
But you see this one, too, has what appears to be kind of a triangle shape.
It does.
No, yeah, it does.
It looks like that one at night, but during the day.
Yeah, it does. It looks like it's the same aircraft.
Right. Well, it looks remarkable.
If you'll look,
close.
I think I see Will Smith and Jeff Goldblum in it.
So, but
they're trying to get to the mothership to plant the virus.
But you think that we can explain this?
Well, like I told you before, we have to look at what we know when we start.
Well, that's what I try to do.
Understanding what we don't know. And we do know that in the past, when we've had new secret planes, they have flown in public so that they could get feedback if people hear them, how they see them, do they make sounds, what do they look like? Mm-hmm. We know they have flown by commercial aircraft. We know that they flew by commercial aircraft that had retired military pilots because they felt like they might give them a better description of what they were seeing on radar and visually. And I think you're just seeing another version of that right here.
Awesome.
Yeah. And
do you want to talk about the aircraft you showed me, or I mean, that's not top secret. You had pictures of it.
Well, there is a new military
classified picture.
There's a new fighter that DARPA has been working on. You know, the secret high tech part of our military. And it's going to be the one down the road that replaces the Raptor. I mean, you have to have these things in the pipeline. And there's several eyewitness drawings of it, and it is very triangle in shape. And you can look them up online if you want to just look at the new generation. Look for the DARPA fighter, and you'll
So
see
you're
it.
saying this is like, and I agree, just like the stealth bomber. We use that example every time. We were all seeing it before we knew we had it, and it looked like a flying saucer.
Do you remember the eyewitness reports from pilots and people on commercial jets where they would say, "He just had a wing. It didn't have any vertical things on it, you know, and it didn't make it." And the pilots go, "Look, we never saw it on the radar. It pulled right up, and we were staring at it and couldn't see it on the radar." Guess what? It was designed not to be seen on the radar.
Yeah.
And you would have people on the ground that said, "Look, it was there," and then it was gone. Well, I have seen, and y'all have too, the B-2 when it comes, and when it's banking, you can see it. Then when it straightens up and flies away from you, it disappears because it's so thin.
It's like a stingray.
I really think we're seeing another version of that here.
What about Tic Tacs?
Especially the fact that it has a light flashing on it.
The Tic Tac one is a little more disturbing.
You think Triangle is just a fighter jet that we're working on, just like the stealth bomber before everybody knew it?
I can't say that it is 100%. I have proof, but I think it is highly likely. I'm not as concerned about that one.
Triangle doesn't concern you. Tic Tac concerns you.
Especially since it has aviation lights like everything else in the sky has flashing on it. Now, the Tic Tac one is a whole different deal.
The which one?
The Tic Tac.
Tic Tac.
The one I like to call Tic Tac.
That's the one that was coming after me.
That's the one you saw.
Yeah, that's the one you saw, Rick.
Tic Tac was the one that tried to beam me up. It may have.
Man, you still remember it.
How do I know?
You got an implant in your ear?
I will tell you this. I've had kind of a splitting headache ever since.
Right behind your ears, kind of.
We look for bite marks on your neck.
Yeah. I thought something happened, then I realized I just failed to take caffeine that day.
Right.
Yeah. So the filmmaker that we're talking about that was leaked, a lot of this information and footage says that whoever's operating these is so advanced. It's anything we have nothing like this in the U.S. arsenal, according to him.
Well, that he knows.
Right.
He would have said
not going to run everything.
He would have said
him.
the same thing about the B-2 stealth bomber. He would have said the exact same thing.
He says
we don't have anything like this. It's like Batman's plane.
Yeah.
He said we need to find out the intent of the operators of these vehicles.
I'll tell you what the intent is, for us to be ahead of everybody else when it comes to the air.
Think about this.
Death from above.
Think about this. When the stealth fighter came
we own the skies, baby.
And the stealth bomber, they were so different from anything we had seen. We couldn't even fathom that kind of plane would exist and fly. So, some of this, I think, may fall into that. And good. I'm glad
I
we're working
straight
on
up
it.
think it's aliens. Straight up.
Yes, straight up.
I just don't think they would have flashing beacon lights on.
Greg,
Klingons.
I'd like to know why we think UFOs don't have lights. Well, based on what?
Greg, if you're running the driveway and you see something, will you bring it in and tell us about it, or are you going to keep it to yourself?
Depends on how scary it is. If I'm really scared and if I talk about it, it scares me, I'm not going to bring it up. I'm putting it out of my mind.
So, or if they told you not to talk about
So
it.
if we find you butt naked behind a Coke machine, you ain't talking.
I ain't talking. I'm saying I was just out streaking, guys.
I must have got away from it.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Well, tomorrow, we are barring some technical difficulty we don't know about. Rick and Bubba University will be there again tomorrow, and our guest will be Mike Leach. And this has been something that we have we tried to go through the normal channels. The normal channels to Coach Mike Leach led to nowhere, which was hurtful since it was Starkville. Now, if we were trying to get in touch with him at Washington State when he was there, you'd go, well, there's only one guy that listens to us there, and nobody really knows who we are. For us to have to go through what we went through in Starkville was surprising.
It was.
And I know really, for you personally hurt.
It was. We actually had a contact within the SID department at Washington State, and were really further along than we were at Mississippi State until he left there and accepted the Mississippi State job, and then we had to start the process all over again. But yes, and I love how you're saying, barring any technical difficulties, because even though it's happened, you still don't think it's real until it publishes.
Well,
and I understand that.
Yeah, and don't forget, I got a lot of things working. I saw poor Helmsie trying to go on vacation. We had some technical disaster with the podcast archives, him trying to leave, and I felt bad for him because that was a big handle for him, and it delayed his leaving.
Yeah.
Helmsie's on vacation, so he's going to be doing it remote. I'm just a little spooked because I'm.
But Adler, do you
because I feel like I'm handling fine china with Leach right now.
Do you publish it? Yeah. So Adler does the publishing of it.
Okay. So okay. Yeah. I don't want. Just don't say anything. Everything we say now.
I think us talking about it is causing a problem.
I don't want to start thinking we can have something.
Yeah.
Hey, you better not. So what I want to do is just talk about review and say that we feel very confident that barring some unforeseen obstacle technically, that our interview with Mike Leach will publish tomorrow.
Yeah. Terry asked if he was our friend, and I said,
well, this is where it gets
that's a really touchy subject.
Yeah,
because we've had a lot of friendships not work out that we thought were closer than they were.
And this is our fault. It's Bubba and I have talked about it. It's an open wound, and you know how we all have to assess ourselves. And Bubba and I think this is actually not a bad trait of ours, but it sets you up for potential disappointment and hurt. Bubba and I, we can't help it. If we think just an interview went well or a brief moment with you went well, we then, in our minds, think we now have a relationship with you that many times we were incorrect about. And so we just thought yesterday the thing to do, we just openly talked to Coach Leach about that. And we just said straight up, we think you're a friend now. And is that awkward? Is that and he seemed now I'll admit we put him in a position he couldn't say y'all shouldn't think like that. But I thought it was good to talk about it, didn't you, Bub? I thought it was good. I thought it was good to get it on the table.
Well, I think we did. It may have spooked him a little bit. I don't know, but we had to ask.
It wasn't our intention to spook him.
No. Right. Now, the fact y'all said y'all wanted to hang out with him and be his buddy, that was a little much.
Well, I'm a detail guy, so once he said, "Oh yes, absolutely," then I tried to close. I tried to get a detail. So we're eating where?
Yeah.
When I'm in Starkville, which restaurant do you want to go to? And where are you? You a 5:30 dinner guy? I am. You're probably a little later than that, so that's going to be a little tough for us.
And y'all said, "Hey, look, we want you to come on regularly.
We want you to come on the show regularly." He did say that his cell phone, we should text with him. We shouldn't try to call him.
Right, which
I appreciated that.
Yeah. I thought he was pretty honest when he said that he's a sore loser. So it all depends on how they play, if he'll come on.
Yeah, he doesn't.
He went in detail more than that. But
look, let's just you just throw yourself on the sword. We only had 45 minutes with him, and I made a mistake, and it's on me. It's totally on me. I even had to talk to Sherry about it at lunch yesterday to see if she said, "Honey, I think people wanted a combination of both.
I think
they wanted the silly and they wanted some football talk."
Yeah.
I said I asked him a serious football question, and it took up a little more time than it should have, and I'm sorry about that.
It was good though.
Yeah.
I know. Look, that's
we were
on
all
me.
over the road. We covered a lot.
I think
you know how I'm about programs.
I know, but you're going to have a mixture of the audience, Rick. People are going to want to,
I will
watch
warn you
and
for
listen.
10 minutes we talk about football.
That's
I'm sorry.
it. But you're going to have some Hell State football fans that go, I want to see what my coach says about the team and about his
that.
strategy.
I've got a son there. I want him to have a good football season, this last 2 football seasons there.
Yeah.
You know, I'd like for them to be good.
Right.
And I was just talking about, pandemic and programs and it just.
Now, y'all asking for some coaching swag was a little much. And, hanging out with him.
Yeah.
And all that.
Well, at the end, we did what I think we had to do is address, are we friends now? Now,
yeah, that's a fair question.
Let's admit, because we've been able to spark, like I thought up till just recently, that we really were friends of Sean Hannity.
Mm-hmm.
That delusion went on for a while, but now he's isolated himself and has not let us know how we're supposed to contact him in his new setup.
Can I blame cancel culture for that? Because
Yes.
he's so protected now that he had to change everything. Is that right or am I
I'm
wrong?
not- I'm
Well, to
not
your
ready-
friends, though, you do say this is my new number.
Right, you do.
I'm not ready to put Hannity over in that column yet
He won't
because
let go.
I haven't full court pressed him on on an issue.
Well, you don't know
but-
how because you can get in touch with him.
Well, maybe I could if I full court pressed him, but
Would you check on that?
yeah, because
That's
we
really
may
bothering
be. It's just I just feel like the jury's out on that.
And
one.
I don't think we abused that relationship at all.
No.
I thought
Probably not enough.
Now, did I spook Brett Favre? 100%. And that's
Yeah, I'm
that's
gonna put Brett
100% on me. And but Brett Favre did let us come hunt
Yeah.
at his place. That's very friendly.
Yes.
Yeah, I
And,
killed a deer there. It's in the
But that's where it stopped.
And for I'll tell you what,
it ended. It just like screeched. A
It
halt
did.
Can I
right
tell you
there.
who
Well,
I
you shot
blame?
a deer and then you went to the restroom in his place.
you know
that-
what?
that
It was
may
a
be
guest
it.
bathroom. Let me say this, okay? I blame KZ94 for the relationship of Favre fading. Because that's how he hurt us. He don't want to hear about apps. Now, and we've got a new affiliate that now picks up there pretty good. I talked to some people when I was down there in Laurel. They are hearing it on our new affiliate there. But I don't think Brett knows about that. And how can we tell him?
Can you text him? Did he change it? I want you to text him right now. All right? Yeah, I'm going to tell you what to say. And we're not even going to bring up Zach Brown while you do that.
Yeah, that one.
Well,
yeah, I think that one.
There's 3 in the column that I feel like we've
right,
fallen
give
away
us
from.
give us your
Well,
three.
I was just trying to make a list. I mean, Zach Brown, obviously, Paul Thorne, and Brett Favre would be the 3 I felt like we haven't.
Zach Brown was kind of strange because that was like a presidential dump. It went from me texting and calling him to when next time I called, an old lady answered that had the new number. That's bizarre. He gave us no indication he was dumping us.
We still got a lot that are still in contact. I mean, Brian Kilmeade and
Yeah, but what do you think
And
about what do you think about Ducey?
Ducey's
Ducey's in.
Ducey's good.
Is he our
in.
friend? Do you think?
Yeah.
All right,
I mean,
Rick.
I feel pretty close with Kilmeade. I mean, I feel like we could go eat if we had to.
Rick, are you texting Brett?
Yeah, I am.
All right, here's what you know the frequencies.
Give them to me.
105.9 FM and 950 AM.
All right, say it again.
105.9 FM
All right.
and 950 AM, or you can just stay with FM.
Well, that's a lot of thumb typing.
Can I just say 105 FM? He's not going to hear anything.
105.9, Rick.
Okay, 105.9 FM.
Right.
Okay.
Dial
I don't
it
think he'll go to the AM. I mean, just being honest. So,
Okay. All right, got it.
okay.
What are you saying? I need to know.
I'm acting like I'm checking on the
Hey,
affiliate.
man.
I'm acting like I'm checking on the affiliate.
Oh, really?
And I said, so what's up, brother? Rick here. And just seeing, I'm testing the water to see with that opening line.
Okay.
Do you still hear the show in Hattiesburg? We're back on 105.9 FM.
Okay.
And I'm gonna see like I'm trying to find out if he can hear it where he is.
I think we should come back and text other people that we feel like are shutting us out.
By the way, spell check. Oh no, I said Harrisburg.
Rick Burgess.
Stupid spell
You
check.
didn't send it already, did you?
Stupid.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6.5 minutes past the hour. How are you? It is a Rick and Bubba show and a brand new hour. 27 years. Still rolling. Still standing. Still swinging. Helping maneuver you through these bizarre waters in which we now live. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, Bubby.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us for a few hours each and every day.
So I know that Speedy got a liner from Coach Leach yesterday. Speedy, whenever that is ready, that will reassure me to hear that he actually did a liner for us, which is good. So Coach Leach, we did talk to him on Rick and Bubba University yesterday, recorded it. It's out tomorrow. Well, this led to a discussion that we had with him about how we attach ourselves sometimes to people just because we had an interview that went well. And we start thinking that we're friends when really that's not reality. And we went ahead and addressed that with him. And, Bubba, I got to tell you something. I started looking at the list of the things that we think, that we may have hung on to. And so far, Brett, no reply on my text so far. Nothing there. Maybe the fact I was asking about Harrisburg hurt. So anyway, I'll see how that one is because I think that
if you mistype his town.
We came in way too hot there, but you can't overlook that hunting trip. And that was a moment, but we left that day thinking we are so close now.
Well, it was fun. We had a good time.
He may even text me.
Host.
He may even text us now unprovoked. But anyway, I'm going to ask you one that you got to think about. This one of the biggest of the big. Did you kind of think we connected with President Trump?
I thought we had a good time with Trump. Yes.
Did you start thinking that he knows who we are and all that stuff?
I knew he was real busy, Rick. I didn't have unrealistic expectations, but I think there for a few weeks we were right there.
Right there, buddy. Right there.
I think we could get him on now.
Do you?
Yeah. Oh, he really now.
Right. Yeah.
Why not?
But I mean, if you're the leader of the free world, and I actually had a guy that was brand new to the show, completely brand new, knew nothing about it, nothing. And we're having a conversation about their church and men's ministry. And he found us through the men's ministry search and then found the whole show. So he says to me, I'm looking at y'all's YouTube channel. How did y'all end up with the president? And I said, well, and he was like, did he was on the show? And I said, yes, he was. I mean, right after becoming president. And he was like, well, how did that happen? And I said, we just happen to know somebody that knew him, and it's really no more complicated than that.
And let's not forget that he called 866 We Be Big.
Yes,
that was funny.
When the White House called to put him on hold, he wanted to call from his office, from the Oval Office, and so he just said, I'm calling them.
And scared the intern half to death.
Yeah.
Now, if I remember the quote, he said, when they patched me through from the basement, I can't hear as well. So I just wanted to dial you from my desk.
That's right. That was it. Yeah. So do you...
he called the regular line.
And then
Rick and Bubba show, what's your name, where you calling from?
I had to ask Rick, you remember I had to say, is this Trump?
Right. You had to go in, you did. You had because the intern was like pointing at the phone.
I think the president.
And we thought it was somebody being goofy.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because our friends
we thought
would do
he was
that
coming
in
on
a
the hotline.
second. Our friends would do that in a second. So
this is Donald Trump, President of the United States, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
I'm going to put Trump in the still good category.
Well, Bubba, but here you go again. Now, here's the
long room. He can say whatever.
Here's the long room where he makes the statement that really sets us apart.
This is Donald Trump, President of the United States. Honestly, I think this is the first radio show I've done as president, if you want to know the truth.
I know.
I mean, what
I would like to do?
Yeah.
I would like to play liners of people that when they gave us that liner, we thought we were friends with them, and now they have nothing to do with us.
Now, in Rick and Bubba, I want to know if this is Rick and Bubba Fantasy
Bill
World.
Elliott.
Listen, I want to know if this is Rick and Bubba Fantasy World.
You always bring up Bill Elliott, don't you, Greg?
Or is this Rick and Bubba reality? Because they're not the same.
I'm going to get Adler in here to call you a bad word.
They're not the same. Sometimes we don't remember things correctly. And when you don't remember things correctly, you always make it better than it was.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, we as humans, we don't want to remember negative stuff.
In our minds, I'm going to openly admit something. I don't know if this is Rick and Bubba reality or complete Rick and Bubba delusion. In my mind, I remember when we were invited up to the White House with other shows. We weren't the only show, but there weren't many others.
Mm-hmm.
In my mind, he treated us special. Now, am I delusional?
No, he
Rick,
can't.
Rick, let me.
He brought y'all right in.
Let me. Well, let me give you the facts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I know our facts sometimes can be a little shaky in the past.
No.
Yeah.
Hope Hicks tells us the order that it's going to go in, and we are last because we're not live.
Right.
We are recording.
Right.
And wisely so, she said we're going to do East Coast, Central Time, Mountain, then Pacific, because that's the drive time for these people, and we don't want to lose them and make sure everybody gets on. Okay, great. We're fine with that. The president walks in. First thing he does is look at us, give us a thumbs up, and says, "I'm doing Rick and Bubba first."
So I didn't dream that.
No. Matter of fact,
and then he had a TV clip.
Can you
he
second
had to do.
that? Because sometimes Bubba adds stuff.
Okay, yes.
He had to do it. Let me tell you the whole story. He had to do a TV clip, cut in because of the satellite window they had, and it was running a little long.
Laura Ingraham.
Let's
just call it. She went on too long.
And Trump gets up and he comes toward our desk. And Hope Hicks says, "Mr. President, we need to do the East Coast stations. We're going to lose them. We won't get them in, and we're doing them. They're recording. They're fine with it." And he says, "I said I'm doing Rick and Bubba first. I'm doing them first," and he sat down.
Now, and he
now let's go to Speedy. What really happened?
Now, and he said he was going to do it first based on the conversation of him being on the show, right?
Yep.
Isn't that where that came from?
Yeah. You've added that.
No, I don't think I have.
Speedy, you were there. What happened?
So we're in the East room.
I just remember him looking at us like he remembered us, like, "Hey guys,
He
I do remember
pointed
that."
to us and said, "I'm doing you first."
Yeah, I do remember him pointing at
Speedy.
us.
All right, so we're in the East room, and the double doors open up, and I thought, oh boy, you can tell when he's about to come in because Secret Service is shuffling around, and they want to know the order. They want to know the order that
By the way,
going.
FYI, when the president's around, they decide when you can go get a cookie.
Yes,
FYI.
that's right. That's right.
Or go to the bathroom.
Right. Yeah.
So we're just staring at those doors. All right, when they open it.
Now,
And-
did he hug you then?
Right. That's what he said. How you doing, buddy? And so he comes in, and he's supposed to go to the left and go left to right and circle the stage that Laura Ingraham had set up for Fox News. And when he came in, he did veer right and go to us and not go around like they.
But
they
he
had
didn't
said.
say, "I'm doing Rick and Bubba first."
Huh?
Yes, he did.
Yeah. He said, I'll do them. I'm gonna do
Wait a
them."
minute. Do you think it's
I don't know,
because
for some reason
he was thrilled with that, or he just got confused?
No,
I will say this:
he
his eyes
absolutely remembered us.
His eyes were engaged with us immediately.
I just thought he
It's
might have
almost
got
like
confused, and they were like, "Just let him do whatever."
it's almost like he
wants
didn't see anybody else in the room.
But let's go back to this. If you go up
You're protecting him.
listen. If you go up
Greg,
to
it's just the truth.
if you go up to Donald Trump today, that's my bigger question. Today,
No.
and say, "Do you know two guys named Rick and Bubba, the Rick and Bubba Show?" Do you think he goes, "Absolutely"?
Well, he made since it was the first radio he had done.
That's all I'm asking.
I think yeah.
But now, again,
But are we
Speedy? I
special
could
to-
tell Speedy didn't want to throw y'all on the bus.
No,
I could tell.
I admitted I don't remember it right.
Basically, he came in the room, got confused on the order,
No,
and they wouldn't
no.
tell him different.
Now,
because
I
he's
will-
President Trump.
Here's what I'm saying. I absolutely remember that he saw us, made eye contact, and had a response like, "Hey, I know y'all."
Yeah.
And then
He said,
did,
"I listen all the time."
He did come over to us after Laura Ingraham because I think that's where he wanted to go to begin with.
Yeah.
That I think is accurate.
Right. Now, there was one bip of a station that kept doing their breaks while they were doing the Laura Ingraham recording, and that was getting on their nerves, getting on his nerves a little bit.
You tell me about. I think even the president said, "Hey,
Yeah.
we're trying to finish this over here."
Yeah.
He did. He turned and said, "Who is that?"
Yeah.
Right.
But I will
So
say
their
this.
memory of his is not as good as ours.
Right. The Secret Service had a plan, and he altered that plan, which kind of sent everybody.
That
But
is
he
accurate.
did it just because he does stuff like that.
No,
And
he
he
seemed
did
to
because
be
he loves
connected
us,
to
He
us.
said,
He
Greg,
really did.
Rick and Bubba, I'm doing you first.
So there he is getting on the guy, by the way.
Yeah.
I bet it's on the video.
Right.
Video
He
somewhere
actually
with
wanted to
God.
stay with us and not do anybody
I
else.
remember
He took his sweet time.
He wanted to
really
fly
did.
back with him.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
is Mike Leach. You're listening to Rick and Bubba.
There it was.
Rick, you didn't say my buddies, Rick and Bubba.
He didn't say my buddies. Doggone it. Let's hear it again, Speedy.
Hey, this is Mike Leach. You're listening to Rick and Bubba.
Right, he could have put my buddies Rick and Bubba in there really, really easy. Another one that I think we thought we were friends with, Bubba.
You listen to my buddies Rick and Bubba. If you're not, you're a communist. Get her done.
So he says buddies there. We 100% thought we were in with Larry the Cable.
Tebow, y'all sounded close with him.
No, you're right.
No, he had y'all close. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
but we edited it.
Just two amazing guys.
Tim Tebow.
Sounded like he was going to say something else.
If you walked up to Tim Tebow right now, he wouldn't have any knowledge.
What about Larry the Cable?
Larry the Cable Guy, yes, he would.
You think?
Yes. Yes, he would.
What about Tom Landry, Rick, if he was alive?
Greg, don't do this.
And I tell you why, because Larry probably still enjoys poking fun at us at a time when we wouldn't let him on the air.
Yeah, that did happen.
That is funny.
I still see him standing
Y'all turned him down.
He would stand outside the window and go,
oh, my
Well, he paid us back because I was trying to get him on the podcast.
Yeah, he let you know that, didn't he?
I think Larry is just so busy.
Nah.
Rick, what about Half Head? I think he really likes the show.
Greg, I ain't going to hear Half Head. Hey, the weirder for you, the better.
I love Half
What about the guy with the bees?
Yeah, what about OB?
This is Tom Landry. But you're listening to the Rick and Bubba show.
Okay, so it was pretty obvious he had no idea who y'all were because he couldn't get your name right.
We might could get Richard Simmons back on.
Right. That's true. Now that he would, well, I don't know. You know, he's going through a lot.
He'd remember Speedy.
He remembers how Speedy's eye taste.
Richard
See
Simmons.
what you said? Greg, do you think this is part of that second shot?
Greg's had a second shot. Watch out. No, but did you know this? Found out this fact just this week that Tom Landry, when they were on the road, after every game, win or loss, on the road, when he got on the airplane, do you know what he always read on the way back home?
What?
A Louis L'Amour book.
Really?
Yep.
Rick.
That's true. Write it down.
Now, where'd you get that?
I love how you look.
Where did you get that?
Huh? That's where I got it.
I thought you was going to say "We Be Big."
No.
The autobiography.
No, that's what Donald Trump reads.
We've actually, Rick, I guess this is a good time to let people know we have a new book coming out called Art of the Meal.
Art of the Meal is good. We should have had one called that. We absolutely should have had one called that. I'm writing that down.
So we went from
Greg looked
not
right
sure
at us and said, "I'm doing Rick.
I'm
and
doing
Bubba
Rick
first."
and Bubba. I'm shutting this thing down. It's Rick and my friends, Rick and Bubba first.
There's Speedy's buddy.
There it is. There's a good picture.
Why?
Do you
Speedy,
keep it-
if I
do
was
you
you,
keep
I
in
would
touch?
find that picture and somehow destroy it.
But Bubba had just brought up Barbara Streisand, and he was upset, and so it was
Was that
more of
right
a-
before the lick or after?
See, Speedy, I will tell you do have a problem when you start defending.
Speedy, you want to check his temperature?
Listen, when you start defending Richard Simmons being enamored with you to a degree, when you start trying to downplay it, no matter what you say, it's going to come back to the eye lick. I mean,
yeah. But it's the way he says,
you can say
before the lick or after. I can't look, and I hate that because I know I repeat it every time.
You do,
but you can't. How do you not acknowledge that? That's a big deal.
We talked about it. Oh, we did. Don't you worry. We made
a big deal.
We made much of it.
I'm sorry. I can't. Know that I know I bring it up every time. I know that, and that's a bip. Can't help it.
But you know it. Second shot knows it.
I mean, I think that anytime he's brought up, I think that should be noted.
Right.
Thank you.
Right.
We have a guy that works here who got his eye licked by Richard Simmons.
That's a big moment.
No, but he didn't lick it. He just stuck it on it.
Let's quit talking.
Remember, every time I'm just telling you, I've tried to tell you this for years.
Right, but it's not
what
like
you need to do is what Bubba has taught Adler, and he's tried to teach you, and you won't be coachable. Just down the ball.
But he
down
didn't.
the ball,
But,
and just,
but y'all act
Greg
like
will
he's
get tired of it.
Hey,
if
you know
8
what?
minutes flies by.
Right.
You know when the tornado's coming and you hunker down, it'll pass.
It will.
Just stay hungry.
You know how, like, if you try to get away from a pit bull, it just bites you harder.
Yeah, but y'all act like he started at my nose and went to my ear, and he did.
But it doesn't make it any worse or any better. You know, that doesn't make it any worse or any better.
But Sherry says my new fake laugh is a lack of effort.
She's really on you about it.
She said,
I've noticed she said it doesn't have a lot of control.
She says you're just kind of like it's like you need to laugh, but you don't really have the effort to laugh.
It's a half a.
That's what she said. She says, "It's like but you sound like you're like the villain in some."
It does have a diabolical ending.
All right, let's do this right now. Let's all text somebody's number that we have that's not giving us anything anymore.
All right.
You've done Brett Favre.
Yeah, I'm already done it.
Bubba, I challenge you right now to text Donald Trump Jr. and ask him if his dad will come on.
You have to, Bubba.
And I'm
right
texting
now.
Tim Tebow.
Right now.
But you don't know what he's doing. That's not a good test.
This is a challenge.
Well, if he ever responds, it could be by Monday.
Can I do Hannity first?
Yes.
Well, he's got the wrong number. It's going to go to some
number.
lady.
Find out if that number's any count. I've gotten 0 on it.
Greg, you text Kate's. No, I'm kidding.
I don't have that many. Can I tell you one, too, that's iced me a little bit that's kind of hurt my feelings? It's Toby Mac.
All right, text him.
Oh, see?
He was just around where the show is.
I know. See?
Why is everybody leaving?
I think
what do we do?
I think there's only so
is it
much.
Me? Because you had a lot of friends till I showed up.
You know what? Honestly, I think if we didn't do a good job of adding new listeners, we'd already be gone. Because I think there's some people I think there's an expiration date on that.
Not really?
Yeah.
See, I think we just
but thankfully we have new people coming in. So you're right.
Yeah, it keeps us alive.
Yeah, and they're all fresh and happy, and they love the newness.
And the ones that are falling off are a little slower than the ones
Here's what I got to
That's right.
ask.
We're losing people slower than we're gaining.
There you go.
Do we big love them?
We coming too hot?
Yeah, we smother them up.
We do. See,
Greg, didn't you go to the governor's turkey hunt? You could send a message to the old governor there.
Yeah, that was
The old governor up there.
That was old Bentley.
Yeah, send him one.
I know he's hugging a lot of people at it. But
okay.
You can text him?
The last time that I
text him
received
right
a reply to a text that I sent to Toby Mac. Now there's others I've texted with no reply. But the last time I got a reply, November 26, 2019.
Rick, I got one on me. Jason Crabb, I bet he wasn't text. But for a while there, we were text. Remember, he invited me and Lisa to be a special guest.
Jason Crabb's a different deal.
We were a special guest at the Grand Ole Opry.
Jason Crabb thinks Jason Crabb thinks he's really, like you have a 6-man in basketball. He sees himself almost as a 7th man here.
We're good.
It's just he's part of the show.
All right, so tell me if this is okay.
All right.
Sean, we're worried you have dropped us as friends. Are we still good? We're investigating it on the air today.
That's fantastic.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
You think that'll do it?
Speedy, I know who you need to text. Carrie Strug. What's her name? Scrugg? The one that did she get mad?
Yeah, well, she said it was
She
the
got
worst
mad at
interview
y'all.
ever.
She got mad at us.
I'm Carrie Strug, and I'm listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
That voice
Stay in
can't
it
be real.
and stick the landing. I'm Carrie Strug. I'm Carrie Strug. I'm
She
Carrie
sounded
Strug.
happy with y'all at that point. Was that before
she
y'all?
was somewhat. So what happened?
She didn't like the interview.
Was it animals? What happened?
I don't know.
Her and Bill Elliott.
There he is again.
Y'all wouldn't believe the effort I put in last night to try to not be like I am about animals.
Oh, you tried to change?
Yeah, somebody covered me up.
You
with
hug a kitten?
Somebody covered me up with a really big house dog. I mean, a big
one.
Yeah, and he was all over me. and I just sat there and petted him.
You struggled,
and I was nice about it.
Really?
And even he said, "I know this is not your thing." And I said, "Hey, it's fine." The little dog I got an issue with. The big one I'm all right with.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I had a little dog with a bow in its hair and a giant lab all over me.
Now, is this your dog? You don't.
No, I was at someone else's house. I was at a dinner with some friends last night, and I'd never been to the house before, and he tried to warn me, and he tried to do a good job of keeping the dogs off of us, but then the dogs got so loud that they said, "Hey, let's come on in." Wow. And once I kind of got past the dog's nose, in between my legs under the table,
that hurt.
And then I gave him a ton. Now you'd been proud. And he's a good old dog. He really is. Now he's big.
Old Lab's a good dog.
Yeah,
That helped.
yeah. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour. Thanks for being with us. You know, you could be listening to this right now and listening to the show and listening to the bed music, thumping in your Raycon earbuds, the E25s. Some of you are doing that right now. Check, E25. Check for the E25. Have you got yours yet? Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Bubba, the emails continue to come in, and boy, did we get a bunch of them. And now a lot of them seem to be trying to tell us how durable these earbuds are. I mean,
earbuds.
I mean, they're, we've got Sherry out of Georgia that says, "Hey, we found one of the earbuds from my oldest son. He lost it 6 weeks later. His brother finds the missing earbud in between two river rocks in the driveway. It had been out in torrential rain, heat. It's so pollen, all that's going on. I thought it was ruined." She said, "I didn't expect it to be able to withstand that." But they charged it, put it back in the case, and the E25 earbud, after being outside in between two rocks,
you gotta be kidding,
still works perfectly. So, and they're about half the price what the other companies are trying to charge you for earbuds. And you're also going to love that we're getting you another 15% off. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. They also fit comfortably and discreetly in your ear. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, you talk about wacky world.
Oh
my goodness.
How bizarre. How bizarre.
Look.
I feel good.
Not a lot of to go with this. All we know is we're about to watch a video, and you're about to hear some screaming, where a man's wife is attacked by a bobcat as they're loading up their minivan. I mean, he looks like he's out getting the morning started. He's got him a cup of coffee. He's got him a little piece of cake or something. And all of a sudden, his wife comes screaming with a bobcat on her back.
Yeah.
Good night.
Never a good thing.
Good night. Look at that. So am I coming out? Where am I coming from? Adler here? All right. Here. Now, just watch this. Now I have to pot it down.
I have not seen this video.
I have to pot it down because he's telling everybody what he's going to do to the bobcat, and it's severe.
You hear the cat before you see it.
Yeah, so be listening. So he's out there getting the minivan loaded up. They're about to get on the road.
There's his coffee.
I need to wash my car.
Yeah, talking about his car being dirty. Listen. Look at that. I mean, it is attacking her like crazy.
Wait, here he comes.
Now he's got it in his hands. Look, he's got it in his hands. Look, he's got it above his head. Look at that, Bubba. Look at it. Look at that. He's going crazy. Here he goes. Look, and I mean, you talk about going crazy. Now it's when
he pulled his gun out.
Now he's talking about he's got his gun out and he's trying to do something. And he has a few things to say about it.
Do y'all see the woman's carrying one of them pet carriers, a small one? I wonder if there's a cat in there and something about the scent set him off.
Speedy, John Deere. Do we have the John Deere?
Speedy, John Deere. All right, he's moving. Listen, can you hear it?
Where did it?
Look at it. It's on her back. She's got a carrier.
Where did it come from?
Look at it. I guess back by their house. Now look.
He's holding it.
He's holding it, then he throws it. And then he gets his gun.
Well,
so he's got his sidearm. Look, and then
he comes around the back of the car and he has a bobcat fully extended over his head.
I mean, you got it. What about when he starts screaming? It's a bobcat! It's a bobcat!
Slings it.
And then he slings it. I mean, did you see?
You hear
that? So do you think it is kind of like, I know it's like he gets it. And then he realizes, oh, my gosh, I have a bobcat.
Yeah, what am I going to do? Because at first he was just holding it away from him. I'm thinking, why are you holding it?
Right. I don't want those teeth on me.
He grabbed it off his wife's back.
Yeah. I mean, so I think what happens by his reaction, when he grabs it off his wife's back, he thinks he has a cat, just a regular cat.
And then he screams, bobcat.
And then he says, oh, my gosh, it's a bobcat.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, and then he's going crazy. So
I think he thought it was just a cat.
Yeah.
Yeah. So hopefully, it looks like to me that we're going to find out that the thing is rabid, don't you think? But
I think there's something, or there was something in that. She had another cat in that carrier.
Yeah, you think it smells a cat inside that carrier?
I think so.
But where did it come from? She's coming out of the garage.
Look, so it comes after her. You see it come out of.
But where did it come
Must have come
from the left
like
over
the
there.
neighbor's house.
A neighbor's house or something. Look, so he thinks. So he thinks he's. So
that's all you can do.
Yeah, he thinks he's got a cat. I think just.
Now he pulls his pistol.
Who's this person?
That lady was jogging by. She tried to help.
Oh, okay. She needs to.
Wow.
Well,
that is disturbing. That is really.
But you see what I'm talking about. He thinks
Wow.
he's just grabbed a cat off his wife that was attacking her, and he realizes I've got a bobcat in my hand. But if you look, she's walking down the minivan, and it comes from the left and jumps up like on her back and starts climbing, up. It's like watch right here.
But when I first heard about
watch
this,
over here. Watch
when
over
I
here.
heard,
yeah, see, it comes in front of the other car.
Yeah, so you see that
she walks between the two.
She walks between these two cars. Look, she's up. Look, she
hear it
already, and then she's running. See,
so she's got that pet carrier.
It looks like she heard the growl and even stepped back to look.
That looks fake when he throws it.
Look,
oh, that's disturbing.
Yeah, how about he gets the sidearm out? And
but when you first told me about this, I thought it was going to be in a wooded area. I thought there'd be woods next to that. This is a neighborhood. There's not a tree inside on this whole thing.
No.
Wow.
it looks like Greg. You know, it looks like a planned community.
It actually does. It looks like you have a block party.
as opposed to when these reckless, unplanned ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Bobcats don't usually come to plan mechanic.
Well, if anybody had any idea what was going on, speaking of Bobcats,
I don't know.
No, I thought we played it exactly like it needed to, didn't you?
Oh, I think I figured
That's
it out.
okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Back again.
Yeah. That feels uncomfortable, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. How's it look this time? I can't see it.
Rick, I think if you could just
a witch's hat.
Really?
Yeah.
You could have a stakeout up here at about 8 o'clock, probably. 2 days in a row, around the same time.
Greg, you are right. I've seen the movie Stakeout, haven't you? So anyway, but I think we're going to find out that this bobcat was probably rabid. They'll get aggressive.
Rick, I mean, but to catch it on video, I mean, we've had stories of one getting in somebody's basement. To see that lady running between those cars and that guy getting it in his hand.
Him holding it away like you don't know what to do with it.
Well, what are you going to do?
I know. You don't want to.
He did all you could do.
So he basically grabs it off his wife.
And then realizes now I've got a bobcat.
And it rotates around. It's biting and scratching at him.
Goodness.
Yeah, he's going to have to get rabies.
They all going to have shots in the stomach.
I wish he could throw it on the pavement. He threw it in the yard and landed too
I give him this. It did a couple of flips, end over end.
Yeah.
Well, the thing, when you get ready to throw one, though, how much does it have a hold to you, as you would say?
Yeah, it may be dug in.
But you saw when he got up, he's getting out of there. I'm out. I don't want to be thrown anymore.
No, but is it tied to?
Yeah, they're going to have to get in there with some tweezers to get a hold of it.
Do you think the carrying case?
I think the carrying case. There's either another cat in there.
There's some,
you know what? I think it was just coming around the corner, and she was the first thing it saw. I don't even know if that ties into it.
Well,
if it was rabid, it wouldn't need a reason.
No, you're right. Yeah, you're right about that.
I'm so sorry. Sorry, feedback. Y'all have to listen to the very end of this. I've gone past the cussing point. Just listen real quick.
Okay.
It's a bobcat! Attack my wife! A bobcat!
We need that in the instant replay. I gotta have
We
that.
do.
I gotta have that.
We absolutely need that.
Yeah, Adler, thank you. I was too afraid to try to time it.
Put
on
it
the
by
air.
Hank from Hendersonville.
Yeah. Have you got it again? Can we hear that one more time? If not, that's fine. I know you're trying to edit to it. Because I was afraid to try that on the air. It was too much of a tightrope. All right, here we go.
It's a bobcat! Attack my wife! A bobcat!
That gives me the heaves. It just gives me the heebie-jeebies.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We'll come back. We'll chat with you, and we'll update you on what's going on.
They threw a cake on the ground, too, in that video?
Okay. Oh, yeah, he had a cake. Did he drop it?
That's what somebody says. We had a cake get away.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. Check that website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Tomorrow, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Coach Mike Leach will be the guest tomorrow. We did it. We finally had a conversation. Our thanks to Coach Leach for being on the podcast. Kind of him to do that, especially with this week, the maroon and white game and all that going on there in beautiful Starkville, Mississippi, the land of 96.1. All right, so we'll get to some of your phone calls coming up momentarily. We're having to deal with something here at the plaza. So.
Rick, this is odd, too. People are sending us video of their dogs that were watching YouTube when that was on, and they said their dogs were growling at the screen.
Well, the dogs mean business. They'll take care of a Bobcat situation, So,
that's true.
But you hit on the point, and this is the way things are. But I've been following the fact that animals are attacking, and really outside of what the norm is. I mean, normally you don't have to worry about if you're in a cul-de-sac being attacked by a bobcat.
That was an attack.
What do you think?
That's full-blown Americana neighborhood. These people are not camping and got attacked.
They didn't go to his area.
The Lynn is
or whatever it was.
I have the video. I'm going to get it to Adler here.
Lynn out of Birmingham, listening to 104.7 WZZK. Hey, Lynn, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you guys doing this morning?
Fantastic. So what's on your mind, Lynn? Go ahead.
Well, on that Bobcat video, at the very beginning, if you watch real close, there's a house across the street, and you can see the Bobcat come running across from that house, and it gets under that car right before that lady comes out. And
really?
I haven't seen that.
Okay, let's have a look.
It's hard to see on our monitor.
So it came under the car, and it came out from under the car.
So when the guy's out there with the cake, I need to be watching the house.
Yeah, there it comes across the road.
Yeah, you're right.
He did.
You're right, Lynn.
Look to the left, right there.
Yeah, it just
Got
came
back
across.
up, Adler.
There it is. There it is.
Yeah, there it is. Well, that was
very
Lynn.
perceptive.
How about Lynn?
Yeah, that's good.
Huh, there it is. Huh, there it is.
So it's under the car growling.
Yeah.
That's when she steps back to see what it is that jumps on her back.
That is correct. So it came from a house across the street. But look at that neighborhood. That's
not a woodsy area. I mean, you don't see any trees or any woods.
But it got on her quick too.
Oh boy, that's a good reason to have a garage right there. Now, did he drop the cake? I didn't see the cake he had.
Well, it was on the front of the car. Oh my! Did we lose the cake? Adler, go back. I think we lost the cake. And he's got the cake. Let's stay with the cake the whole time. So he's got his cake. Got his coffee. Thinks he's got a normal day.
Keys out.
Where y'all think he's going? See family?
Yeah, this family trip, no doubt.
All right, so he's got the cake. All right, does the cake get in the car? Did it get in the car? Do we have no?
I didn't see him throw it down.
I didn't either. I think it got in the car on the back seat. I don't. I think the cake survived.
How about you holding a Bobcat and one that's not happy?
He ain't happy.
I'm not big.
No, there's the cake. He just dropped it. He had the cake the whole time. Who's holding the Bobcat?
No.
What did he just drop in the yard right there? What is that in his hand?
Oh, it's just the.
No,
it's just
a napkin.
It's like the cover of it.
Okay.
I think he must have thrown it in the back seat, or all he had was the little plastic.
That's the plastic
top
covering,
on it.
isn't
it? Yeah. How about you got a Bobcat in your hands? And we've all seen them. I mean, we've got mounted ones.
What do y'all think the jogger's going to do? What is she going to do?
Well, they're just trying to chase it.
Right, but I mean, what if you catch
well,
it?
if that Bobcat turns around, then what are you going to do?
Now sidearm, and that's he's trying.
How about that coffee mug? I could pop him with that.
Something.
Probably got a little weight to it.
So anyway, well, that's a nice catch, Lynn. Thank you. It came from across the street. John, out of the great state of Tennessee. John, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Doing good, guys. How about you?
Fantastic.
We're great.
Well, I just wanted you to know that I've been on your show 4 times, but I hadn't been on for 12 years. And anyway, I'm still your buddy.
John, we appreciate
So,
that.
John, you were on 4 times.
I was just telling Rick the other day, I said, we ain't heard from John.
We have not. You talking about from Tennessee.
Right.
So, John, how were you on the show?
Well, I was on first time because of my silly country song, and then the second time I was on because you guys didn't believe I was the first comic on Bruce Ayers' stage. Then the third time I was talking about a particular organization that Greg refused to be in the studio for. And let's see.
Who was that?
The fourth time was Red Skelton. I was getting the stamp for Red Skelton.
The red skeleton stamp.
Now, what group did I not want to be around?
Was it something to do with ventriloquists or puppets or?
No, it was the Bohemian Club.
Oh, yeah, that is weird.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Gray don't want anything to do with that.
Yeah, never mind.
I didn't want anything to do with that.
Yeah, well, John,
you and that big owl.
Good to hear from you, John. But we've been wondering where you've been.
John, so good to hear from you. Don't make it so long next time.
Right. Let's go to John in Jasper. John, welcome to the program. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning. I got a question for you regarding the Trying to Do a Little Bit Better song.
Mm-hmm.
I go around the house singing it all the time, and I sing it like this. You know, I'm trying to do just a little bit better. Is that how you guys sing it? I want to hear the melody.
Trying to do a little bit better.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, he's pretty much on.
I'm going to try to do a little bit better.
Yeah, you're close.
Yeah,
we kind of double time it there at the bottom.
Yeah, John, sing it again. Let me hear it again.
You know, I'm trying to do just a little bit better.
You might want to pick up the pace.
Pick up
just
the tempo a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm trying to do just a little bit better. Yeah, just a little more tempo.
You know, I'm trying to do just a little bit better.
Yeah, that's good.
I think you're still singing about 3/4 and it's 2/4. You know, I mean,
I'm a Larday. What do you want?
Well, why don't you try to do just a little bit better? Okay.
A little bit better.
Got a good story for you coming up. Looks like chocolate's what we need to be eating.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Thanks, John.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So and we have it here. Can eating chocolate help you lose weight? Now I don't know why they capitalized lose here. Is that supposed to draw us in?
I don't know. I'm sure if Speedy has printed it out for us that there is a catch to it.
Yeah. He loves. It says if you'll substitute cocoa, this is going to be about dark chocolate, which is all right. I'll take dark chocolate over no chocolate. Substituting cocoa for other snacks could help obese people drop the pounds, according to this study. And we always have to worry about fat mice for some reason. Scientists fed mice that were fat and had liver disease a dietary supplement of cocoa, and the supplement reduced the amount of fat as well as DNA damage in their livers. The experts suggest swapping high-fat treats for drinking chocolate with a small amount of sugar. That's going to be dark chocolate.
Wait a minute.
Substituting a cup of cocoa throughout the day, they're talking about hot chocolate, for other snacks will help you lose weight. You get rid of the high-fat snacks, and if you have a hankering for something sweet, drink a cup of cocoa, you'd be better off. That's the bottom line.
See, I always considered like hot chocolate the bad stuff.
No, it's the good stuff.
Oh, Rick, you didn't know that.
Well, now you ain't got to put a bunch of marshmallows and all that in it.
Well, I don't.
No, I didn't know that. I knew that dark chocolate was not a terrible choice when you're going for to get you something sweet versus the other choices. I did know that, and so I bet they don't let us have a whole lot of it though. You got to get down to that too.
How much? How much do you get to drink? What, a thimble?
It says
is it a shot glass?
80 milligrams of cocoa powder per gram of food, roughly a pinch per quarter teaspoon.
Of what?
A pinch of the cocoa powder.
A little pinch
per quarter teaspoon. What does that mean? Does that
Ricky,
mean?
that ain't enough to drink. What does that mean?
I don't know.
You can even wet your mouth with that.
Yeah.
What is that?
I don't
get that.
know. I don't know what that looks like.
Let's look at them numbers again. Yeah. I mean, who is this? Fauci giving this?
Yeah, I know. That's really good.
Gosh, I mean that's like a regular 20-ounce drink is 591 milliliters, or 1.25 pints.
Yeah, this is where I need somebody to walk in here and say, "Here's how much cocoa they're talking about."
Yeah, I mean, how much can I have? Can I drink a Yoo-hoo? Is that what we're talking about?
No, that's not what he's talking about. He's not talking about a Yoo-hoo.
But I mean that size.
A Yoo-hoo really didn't have a lot of calories, by the way.
Really?
Have you ever looked at the calories on the Yoo-hoo? It's not that bad.
I really haven't.
It's not that bad.
You usually can't read upside down, Rick.
It's just, how about this? It's just chocolate flavored
Greg,
water.
Give me more on that. I can't read it upside down.
No, but it's chocolate flavored water. That's all it is.
It is.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number as we make our way back. So, Speedy is here. The real Greg Burgess Adler is here, too. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for allowing us 27 years to sit in here and have a little fun.
So, we've all, now the days we're living in, Bubba showed us, a camera of some footage of his security camera watching Betty chasing her dog. We just saw a security camera of people wrestling a bobcat. This is the thing now where security cameras can just they show you all kinds of things that go on around your house.
I think it's great we got so many of them because you do catch the things that you used to not catch.
And like the ones we have around here that we catch everything people are doing around here.
Right.
And apparently there's a lot that people are doing outside the window around here these days. I keep looking outside the window. Somebody's trying to say something to me, but by the time I turn around, they're gone.
Yeah.
So I don't know. There's somebody keeps trying to talk to me through the window, but I can't see what they're saying. But anyway, so look at this one. Listen to this caught on one of the security cameras when the Ring deals or whatever you have there on your front porch. It says, I'm at work and I can see on my front door camera, meaning while I'm at work, I'm watching my house, that my coffee shipment, this is Wendy is one of the many people that subscribe to BuzzBox Coffee every month, and thanks to all of you that do that. If you've never tried it, it is the best coffee that you have ever tasted, and of course it helps us with the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund as well. Well, she's one of our longtime monthly subscribers. So she said, I was watching, and my coffee shipment was just delivered to my front door. Now, listen to this. Think how hard you would have laughed. As I'm watching the FedEx man walk up my front steps, just before he places the box on the porch, he lifts the box to his nose and takes one more big smell of that the delicious coffee and how it smells. She can see him on the camera going, getting in one more sniff before he sets it down.
Well, look, even to us non-coffee drinkers, that smells great.
Yeah. He said, I guess he had no idea that I would see him take one more sniff before he left it behind. And he said probably he'd been sniffing BuzzBox coffee in his truck all day long. So that's funny. Yeah,
I bet they do like that on those hot summer days, and to have that smell in there would be pretty good.
Well, let me tell you something. You
second only to bacon, Rick.
Yeah, and I know that you, like I said, don't even drink coffee. And I started drinking coffee when I went and tried the coffee at BuzzBox. I realized that the reason why I didn't like coffee is I was drinking bad coffee, but the smell of it is, I know.
And even as a kid, I used to love to go and stand by that grinder in the grocery store. Of course, I probably got a little cube of sugar too, but
sure you did.
Tubbs will take some of that. But, just to smell it though, it just smells so good.
Yeah. So those you out there that deliver BuzzBox coffee, I bet it smells good in the truck. And undoubtedly, this FedEx person was like, "Let me get one more good inhale before I set it down here."
One more pop.
Now you had Mike Pence has got a pacemaker.
Yeah, I saw that today. I didn't even know he had heart trouble. Did you?
I didn't even know.
Well, let's face it. It's the last 4 years have probably been stressful.
Can you imagine?
Look, you think about it. Look, anytime you work in the White House, it doesn't matter who the president is.
No,
it's tough, and most of the time, very, very seldom do people make it the whole time that somebody's there, whether it's 4 or 8 years.
Oh, yeah. No.
And so I didn't know that, but former Vice President Mike Pence is recovering after pacemaker surgery, according to his office. During the past 2 weeks, Pence reportedly experienced symptoms associated with a slow heart rate. After consulting with the doctors, he had the pacemaker installed, and the procedure was successful, and the former VP is expected to return to normal activity in the coming days.
The pacemaker is quite a piece of technology.
Yeah, I know several, believe it or not, several people that have them just for regulation of their heartbeat, and they do amazing. I mean, they've come a long way from the old days,
Oh, yeah. My mom just got one a few weeks ago.
Yeah. So.
And,
just the things they can do with your heart, like the procedure I had for a stent, and I have some friends that have had things where they had irregular heartbeats, and they go in and they zap it, wherever the nerve that's causing that, and get it back on track. I mean, it's amazing what they can do now, and I'm glad. Don't get me wrong.
So we also have.
Did you know Pence has a book coming out?
No,
his memoirs.
Really?
Yeah, will be published in 2023.
I'd like to read that because I think. And if he's who I think he is, the way he's lived his life, he probably will give a very, even-handed look at the last 4 years from that point of view. So we'll see. We'll see how it turns out. But also, Bubba, we may have a mounting catfight in politics. Have you seen this?
Speaking of Bobcat.
Nancy Pelosi mocked by AOC by impersonating her in a childlike voice, and is really, really going after the squad right now. And there's a book that's coming out right now called Madam Speaker, Nancy Pelosi and the Lessons of Power. It's written by USA Today. I'm not going to say the word journalist because that wouldn't be accurate, but Susan Page. I don't think we can use the word journalist anymore.
You might as well skip it.
And it says that Nancy Pelosi is no fan of the squad, and has even taken AOC, and she does an impression of her where she talks like she's a little bitty girl, making fun of AOC.
Well, Nancy knows that the squad is going to cost them by talking. This is not the standard way that you do progressive politics. You get up there, you tell everybody what they want to hear, then you go do what you need to do.
Right.
And they're actually telling everybody and showing everybody how crazy they are. And that's not the way that you get reelected and stay in power.
Yeah, it's like you being in the mob, and you got some guy that goes out and tells everybody, well, I tell you why we do this. We pretend to have a dry cleaning service so we can launder money. You'd be like, don't tell everybody that. We pretend to be a dry cleaner.
That's
you're right.
You're not supposed to tip your hand.
Yeah, of course, who can believe there's a group of women that can't get along?
Greg, here we go.
I can't believe that.
Just send it directly to Greg at.
Greg, that's just so surprising, isn't it?
Yeah.
You just never.
A little group all kind of work together. They can't get along. What are they, a cheerleading squad?
Right. You keep that up, you're going to get your own poster.
Yep.
I may do it.
That's funny.
You're right, Bubba.
That's right. But I'm going to go back to this, Bubba, about this going on, is where Nancy Pelosi and the Joe Bidens don't understand, and the Chuck Schumers, is what you just said. If you're around the younger socialists of our day, they're proud of it.
Yeah.
And they think you're an idiot for not seeing the world the way they do.
They're not smart enough to hide it.
So they don't hide it and then just implement it. The Clintons were the masters of this. I mean, especially Bill Clinton. He would run one way, then govern another. Mm-hmm. But these people think they think it is. They're passionate about it. They're passionately wrong. But they actually have zeal for socialism and think that really is the right thing. So they do stand by. They are principled about socialism. Back to sociology again.
Yeah, we get those two mixed up.
But Nancy Pelosi and Biden, they just want to be the ruling class. But they say, look, you can't get all these Americans to go along with you by pretending that you're a socialist.
Yeah.
You have to pretend that you're not, and you pretend you love the country, and you even say to the folks that love the Constitution that they don't love the Constitution right. You actually do. And you do all those things. You don't come right out and say that you think America needs to be overturned in a socialist country. And so she thinks, like Bubba said, that the squad hurts them and is going to hurt them in the midterm elections because the squad, they're open about their socialism. They're wide open about it.
Yeah. Yeah, they're proud. They're loud and proud.
Yeah. And, we got one that, wants us all to be under Sharia law. She's not hiding it. We'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number.
How about new?
We'll take your phone calls next on any topic you want to talk about. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat with you when we come back, and we'll try to do that rapid fire, do a phone troll so we can get a lot of you in. When the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us as we go phone trope. All right, so here we go. 30 seconds a pop, largest number of people, shortest amount of time. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast tomorrow. Mike Leach is the guest. Also, the latest Rick and Bubba Bible study is out from the Wednesday Bible study. What does it mean when God says that he is a jealous God? You know, this has been something that the Oprah Winfreys of the world seem to have a problem with. But does Oprah know what she's talking about? I'll let you in on a clue. No. We worked through that through the scriptures this past Wednesday, if you haven't grabbed that one in our series called Knowing God. 30 seconds to pop. There's lines available. At the end of 30 seconds, you hear that. Your time on the program comes to a close. We move to another caller. There's time for you to come in. Bubba, are you ready for those numbers yet or no?
Yeah, let me just give you this new story out today with the latest CDC numbers. And I know these numbers can get to be just mind-boggling. I'll just try to hit the high point here. Less than 0.01% of the 76.6 million Americans who've been fully vaccinated have come down with COVID post-vaccine. 0.01%. Of the Americans who have come down with COVID, 74 have passed away post-vaccine. So, again, that's 74 deaths out of 76.6 million. Every life is important. We've already lost, over 500,000. But that is amazingly good numbers. That's extremely good numbers. That's the very latest off the press.
To the phones we go. Let's go to John out of Jackson, Mississippi. John, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey guys, I've called in a lot of Green Acres. I've called in a lot over the years, and I just feel I'm left out. I don't get I've been in studio. I just don't get the text from y'all, and I just feel like y'all don't need me anymore.
John, it's the craziest thing. I was just telling Rick we hadn't heard from John in a while.
We did. Bubba and I just in the break said, man, why isn't John from Jackson, Mississippi called?
Yeah.
Love it, guys. See you.
Let's go to Nate in Oklahoma. Nate, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys. Yesterday at the end of the show, I joined the On-Air Misspeak Club.
Yes, you did.
Boy, did you.
Yeah.
Yes, you did. Thank you for that, sir.
And I felt like I had such good material. I mean, that L is a really important letter.
It is. That's Speedy.
I'll be honest with you. You lost us. You lost us there.
We never heard what you said after
We never recovered.
I should have just hung up and started over. But the funny thing is, I got to thinking, well, maybe it wasn't that bad. As soon as the podcast dropped, fast forward, listen to it, guys. That L was nowhere to be found.
No,
it was in Oklahoma.
Yeah, 7 o'clock. Michael in Kentucky. Michael, go ahead.
Hey, I was just wondering when you were going to introduce Coach Leach to Gary.
What if we just took Coach Leach and said, would you like to turkey hunt with Gary the Bulldozer Man? And we sent somebody, Adler, to document the entire time.
Are you trying to end this before
Can you imagine?
Hey, look, I don't want to talk to Coach Leach because he Roll Tide. I mean, I ain't nothing but Bama and Saban. And I don't want to talk to nobody that's an opponent of the Tide. Roll Tide.
And by the way, Gary is a staunch Bama.
No, Rick, of course.
Hey, we the best.
He loves the Tide.
Hey, look at the numbers. I watch the Tide down here on that stick thing at Lake Mitchell.
Let's go to Bubba T. That's not Bubba T. Bechtold, is it? Bubba, go ahead. We lost touch with him. Hey, buddy. We're good.
Yeah, I got a story, kind of like the Bobcat story, but it entails a skunk.
Okay, sorry, different.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So what did it attack you?
Well, we got a cat. We got a black and white cat that's pretty much a fixture in our homes, like a kid, and his name is Elmer. And he was He's usually in the living room just sitting up all fat on the couch. Well,
So it sounds like his living room is one of the cartoon versions of Pepe Le Pew. A skunk comes in to chase his female black and white cat. I've seen that cartoon.
Yeah, I know. It's been banned in some places.
Me too.
Let's go to Chris out of Pensacola. Chris, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I still love you guys.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you. I finally got to spend some time with you down in Mobile, so now we're really friends.
Oh, yeah. Today's my 10th anniversary, guys, so I just wanted to see if you guys would sing happy anniversary to me and my beautiful wife.
1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. Wish you many more, Chris.
Thank you. And I would like to hear what Gary's version of that Bobcat attack was.
Hey, Gwen, there's a Bobcat on you.
Get it off.
Turn around here, let me get a hold of it.
Well, let me tell you what, if Gary got his hands on it, it wouldn't have got away.
Hey, I'll choke
He'd
it.
have
I'll
choked
break
it
his
out.
neck.
He'd
I'll
have
break his
choked it
neck.
right out.
I'll break his neck.
Yep.
He get on Gwen, I'll break his neck. Now, Bobcat thought he could have something. Thought he could have little Gwen.
That is not true.
You love any of the Gwen stuff.
That Lake Mitchell.
With the salad.
That's where me and little Gwen will be. We're gonna be down at Lake Mitchell, and we're gonna have ourselves. Hey, we're gonna have ourselves a salad. Little Gwen likes a salad. Cucumbers right out of the garden.
My goodness, it's tough up there on that board. Let's
go to Bobcat on 3.
Right. It's a tough board up there. Let's go to Justin. Justin, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, first-time caller, long-time listener.
Thank you, buddy.
Me and my wife, we, yesterday marked 2 years ago since we lost our son, our 16-month-old son. But today, great news, our 16-month-old foster daughter, we're on our way to go adopt her this afternoon.
How about that? How about that? What a day of joy. And man, we just celebrate with you, and I hope today goes as well as it ought to. That's fantastic, man. It's great to have a gracious God. We continue. Let's go to Rex in Prattville, listening to us on I-92. Rex, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Today, me and my wife are celebrating our 11-year anniversary.
When is that?
Today.
On this day, are you and Chris in Pensacola thinking about maybe finding a restaurant? Are you near Pensacola? Y'all can knock all this out.
Double date.
Yeah, that's great. So what is your wife's name?
Emily.
1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind.
All right, that's our limit.
That's it. That's our limit. 2 anniversaries in one segment.
I need a birthday and a baby prediction. We'll have it all.
That's right. Look, here and close. But how about a 10-year and then 11-year?
How about that?
So how about Sherry and I? Our anniversary was in February, 25 years. I think we're finally going to actually go, and we got, when you're doing all this pandemic stuff, you can't go anywhere.
Oh, I know.
So we're finally going to take a trip in May, and when Bubba and I take a little time off, we're kind of planning it out now. We finally just said, you know what? We're just going to go where we can go.
Go where you can go.
And so it was funny because I was calling the different places when we were there trying to set up dinner and all that. So is it a special occasion? I said, yes, our 25th anniversary. Well, it was in February. And you can just feel the intensity of that statement go down. Yeah. It's almost like they went, oh, come on, man.
Hey, here's a special occasion. We're going out.
Yeah, how about this?
We're getting out of the house.
Yeah, how about I'm going somewhere I've never been before? It's I've had friends that I can't say.
Are you going to?
You can't say.
Are you going to Buc-ee's too?
Why are you giving it away?
Dang it!
That was going to be a surprise. I was taking Sherry to Buc-ee's.
Maybe she wasn't listening.
Huh?
Brisket sandwich.
That's right. So we'll come back, Bubba. I got a headline here you're not gonna like, and I mean you ain't gonna like it at all. And everybody better take a note of this. I don't know if this is a reliable source. I hope it's not.
I got a story for you too. You won't believe what's happening.
All that coming up. We're pretty good at teasing stuff, aren't we?
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, so have you made the move to allform.com/Bubba yet? Have you gone there? Why don't you give that a look-see this weekend? Because Sherry and I love what we got. It's a really cool chair down at the farm from allform.com/Bubba. Here's some of the reasons why we love it. You can customize the furniture with the fabric that you want, and you're going to love their fabric. And they'll even send you some examples with no obligation if you want to see it. Hold them, touch them. They're spill, stain, and scratch resistant. So if you got kids or pets, don't worry about that. Don't put off getting some furniture. How about they're made here in America at their factory there in North Carolina. And they can ship it to you and get it to you quicker than a lot of times if you just went to the old-fashioned furniture store and tried to order furniture if they didn't have it there, or even to get it delivered. They can get it to you quicker. And boy, can you really, there's a lot of variety there. You can start out small. You can build different pieces. When it arrives, you get 100 days to put it in your home or your office to make sure that you like it. And if you don't, then there's a full refund. So don't worry about that, and free return as well. So if you want to get your furniture and pick it out and get it to your home or your office, and also everything comes with a forever warranty at allform.com/Bubba. Allform.com/Bubba is going to save you 20% off everything you buy right now. Allform.com/Bubba. Also find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, some headlines we need to cover.
Well, Rick, it looks like the Castro dynasty in Cuba may finally be coming to an end. The Castro family has had an iron grip fist hold on Cuba for over 60 years. Of course, Fidel has gone on, and his brother Raul is 89 in failing health and about to hand over power to a new president in communist Cuba, Miguel Diaz. And I don't know how you say this last name. Would it be Canel? Canel? How would they say that? Need some of our Spanish-speaking brothers and sisters to let us know. Miguel Diaz Canel?
Canal?
Yeah, I don't know how they would do that.
Canal?
He's much younger too, Rick. I don't see here.
Yeah.
But the big story is here that between Castro and Raul, they have had a absolute 100% grip on Cuba for 60 years. And I'll have to ask the question: are you any better off?
Well, the answer is no. The way the people live in Cuba is quite disastrous. Now, again, the ruling class, they live quite well, almost like the co-creator of Black Lives Matter. But when you look from the people that I literally just Monday night talked to people that are tied to Cuba, and I'll leave it at that. And they said that now he could make his own decision, but really they've taken this guy and all they've done is said, you're going to now be a younger version of us.
Right.
Nothing,
well, they're not going to hand it over.
Nothing's going to change.
I doubt they would hand it over to somebody they don't feel like would be loyal to the revolution.
Here's your iron fist, to grip Cuba.
Yeah, that's good.
And really, it's a pretty good sell if they're telling the young guy, so you see how we live, right? Well, then why would he want to change that?
Yeah.
Unless he has some moral awakening of some kind or whatever. But
I'm sure they've put him through the the rigors to be sure he's a good communist.
Oh, 100%. You think the Castro's just going to hand it off to somebody that says, I think I'm gonna go a different direction?
Fidel, you forget that he would go for his yearly physical, and you remember the doctor there in Cuba told him he'd live to be 120 something, 130, wasn't it? Well, because he blew past 125. We knew it wasn't going to work.
Well.
And they always, and that's the thing. There's a lot of them in our country always talk about the medical place there in Cuba, how good it is. But I don't see a lot of them going there for their vaccines.
No, if you
they usually go over to old Walter Reed when they got a problem.
Yeah, if you
not First Memorial Havana.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It's if you're the ruling class, like the Castros, they got pretty good medical care. But it's everybody else. They don't show you where everybody else goes. Yeah. If you're coming for a tour, guess what you see? The ruling class medical facilities.
Yeah, I saw a documentary of some people who were smuggled into Cuba and got that. Did you see the footage of the everything?
Where they show you the medical, where everybody gets to take the tour?
Yes.
Then where you actually
get it, yeah.
And they walk in there and there's like 2 bottles of penicillin up there and it's about half full, and they're saying we sure could use some drugs.
You're right. Yeah, it's that was rather eye opening.
Yeah, what can y'all do
Good
for
job,
me?
Barry Castros.
Yeah, we got some aspirin for you. That's about it.
You know, they're still fighting the revolution, Rick. Don't know exactly who against, but
yeah, I'm not sure either.
Have you ever heard that? You know the story about Guantanamo Bay, our military base there in Cuba.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know? I mean, it's in Cuba. You realize that?
Yeah, that's when Jack Nicholson told me all about it.
That's right, exactly.
Right.
But it's on one end, and it was actually a lease that was set up many moons ago.
Well, Colonel Jessup told me just how it went.
Now, I've read stories that that the U.S. sends lease checks every month, but the Cubans never cash not one of them.
Really?
I've heard that, but I'm shocked they didn't. I think that story's
I won't turn down dollars. Probably not.
Yeah, I'll have to look at that story a little closer. Yeah. We give it up at some point, but it's way in the future. I forgot what the deal is.
Adler, I apologize for surprising you with this, but it should be pretty easy to find. We hadn't talked about it on the air, and that is the Democrats now. Of course, we were sitting here yesterday and we looked up and we saw the press conference and they got their little podium out there, and now this podium has a new slogan on it, and it's called "Expand the Court."
Yeah, it's the exact same podium that they had before when it said #WeNeedNine.
Yeah, the Democrats
they just put another sticker on.
Yeah. The Democrats are having a little problem here on this "Expand the Court" movement, which we all knew they were going to do because everybody keeps showing their slogan from 2016. So here's the new one: "Expand the Court."
Mm-hmm.
You see that?
Yep.
Well, if you go back, Adler, you can also find their podium set up with #WeNeedNine, saying that the court should never be expanded.
Mm-hmm.
So now they're saying expanding the court is antiquated. I mean, it's the way to go because the 9 is antiquated and outdated.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I guess that changed in 4 years, 5 years now, I'm on 21.
Mm-hmm.
But because 5 years ago, they were telling us we should never go beyond 9.
Rick, you don't. I don't know if you heard any of the sound bites yesterday.
Oh.
It was so over the top. You just go, really? You got to be kidding me. Democracy is about to fail if they don't do this.
Right.
It is the end of the world. It's the same. You could put in global warming in the lingo, and it's the same thing.
Right.
You just it's been a hostile takeover and this, and they all count Judge Roberts on the conservative side. On what vote?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, how are you dividing this that way? Now, of course, if you do this, you make the Supreme Court already more political than it is, and it's just going to absolutely bounce around. I mean, it's obvious what the Dems are trying to do. They want total control. They want to do away with the filibuster. They want control of that, and they want to make the Virgin Islands and D.C. a state, so that'll give them 4 more senators. See, and you pretty much got a grip on power about like the Castros had on Cuba.
So Adler, it's Ed Markey, Democrat from Massachusetts. He was out there leading the charge. I think that's who you just showed us. And now they found a picture of him in 2016 standing behind a similar podium, but on this podium it says #WeNeedNine. The Senator Marsha Blackburn actually said to Markey, "Hey, is this you?" And shows Big Ed a picture of him standing behind #WeNeedNine only 5 years ago. So we see the deal. If the opposing party is in power and we have the majority in the Supreme Court, we want to stick with 9. Right. And we start telling you all the reasons why it should be 9. But if all of a sudden a Republican president gets to nominate some judges that we didn't count on, and now we don't have the majority, we got to expand from 9.
Yeah, they've talked about the hijacking of the court and all this. It's because there's been 1 or 2 rulings they didn't agree with.
Yeah.
Think about the rulings we've had to put up with we didn't agree with. And you know what we did? We went along with it because we're citizens and we follow the law.
So there he is.
Same guy. Same guy.
If you look, the picture's on YouTube right now. Look at it. Look who all standing around back there too.
Yeah.
So here's Markey in 2016, and he's got #WeNeedNine.
Uh-huh.
By golly, they're not going to let this thing go from 9. It can't happen.
No.
And now, what are we doing sticking with 9?
I have Biden talking about court packing being.
Oh yeah. Bring that on. Bring that on. Here we go.
Bring that on.
Oh, look how young he is then too. By the way, of course he still looks similar. I've got it up in here.
We don't have the audio, but he looks, like it was a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've got
Rick. By the way, he's been in public service 40 years, almost Castro length.
Yeah.
And it put in question. President Roosevelt clearly had the right to send to the United States Senate and the United States Congress a proposal to pack the court. It was totally within his right to do that. He violated no law. He was legalistically absolutely correct, but it was a bonehead idea. It was a terrible, terrible mistake to make, and it put in question, for an entire decade, the independence of the most significant body, including the Congress, in my view, the most significant body in this country, the Supreme Court of the United States of America. The president had the right to do that. He was totally within his power, and his objective was seen clearly.
See, he's saying, he could do it, but it would be a bonehead thing to do to change this tradition of 9 Supreme Court justices. But now he's the president, and it's time to change it from 9. You know why? Because they don't have the majority.
Yeah.
And there's no other reason for it.
You guys, y'all go do something with substance.
So we're confused. Is it hashtag we need 9, or is it hashtag expand the court?
Hashtag we're good. And
we'll take phone calls and headlines next.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
9 minutes to the top of the hour.
Can't start another.
Rick and Bubba's show. We're back. We'll try to get in some phone calls from you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. So if you have something of interest, fire it in here. Bubba, I know you don't want me reading this story because you don't like when people tamper with science, especially when it's something that we just roll our eyes about. But I have to warn, I guess you and I have been warning this world against the movie Planet of the Apes for how long now? I mean, it's just...
Careful.
Well, I mean, when things go on, and again, I know you don't want to talk about this because you're just saying this shouldn't even been given the time of day. But over here is the side of me, warning about things to come, especially involving animals. And here we go. The headline should just strike fear. Scientists report creating the first embryo with human and non-human primate cells, combining humans with primates.
I thought that some of that was
easy now
outside the legal authority to do that. What they did only live for like 20 days in the laboratory in a test tube or whatever. But some of that, when you start tampering with all that, I thought that was illegal to do that. Maybe that's why Chinese U.S. researchers, maybe they're doing it over there. But things can get out of the laboratory, Rick. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah, I did. Are you familiar with SALK, S-A-L-K,
that's
Institute for Biological Studies?
Yes, that's Jonas Salk.
What about
polio? He did the polio vaccine.
What about Mr. Belamonte? You familiar with him? Because he's the cat doing it.
I don't know.
Says
him.
Well respected in his work.
I don't know him per se. I know that this is part of research that they are doing in cancer research, but I don't know how all that plays together.
He says creating cross-species mutants to capitalize on specific physical features or characteristics, X-Men style, was most definitely not the goal. He was interviewed by Time magazine in 2019. He said he hopes to solve some biological mysteries in the gaps of knowledge, and here we go. It's a way to try to make this thing happen, this evolution thing happen, without being able to find. We haven't found any fossils of in-betweens. He said, I'm trying to fill these gaps. I'm trying to figure it out. The earliest steps that human embryos take, he says, are the biggest mystery of human development. And so he's trying to bring the closest thing to us in the animal kingdom, the primate. Of course, as we made a point on this show 1,000 times, I know some of y'all have a weird definition of close.
Yeah.
Now because as far as the evidence of that in the primate's life and our life of closeness doesn't seem to be. Whatever that little link that you guys talk about is not a very big one. It must be of incredible value, because the step from primate to human being is a mighty chasm.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, it's a doozy.
Yep.
And we've made those points before.
It involves pants and paying taxes.
Bubba and I did try to simplify this whole thing, didn't we?
That's where I
it kind of goes back to, we had somebody tell us one time that he used the marker of driver's license as a marker of how far along you are in your cognitive skills. Are you able to go out and be approved for a driver's license?
Right. That's kind of the test.
That was his test. Now, that's his own. I'm not saying
that's his test, but, not ours.
And I will say ours is not. We've got a couple of things we said over the years. If you want to show that you should be brought into the arena of human beings, step one is acknowledging you have no pants on, and then creating pants and putting them on on your own. Okay. And
going to work and paying taxes.
And then you got to go to work. Then you got to pay taxes. You don't even have to get to splitting the atom and having rovers land correctly on Mars. We don't even have to get to all that yet. Taking people's hearts out, fixing them, putting them back. Like when they say things like, "Well, they're able to take pieces of stone and crack nuts." Yeah, I mean that's pretty big, but we have factories producing jars of nuts that are just in the millions.
Well, an otter can do that.
Yeah, I mean it's yeah. I look. If you want to say that they're high ranking in animal kingdom, I have no problem with that. But when you try to make them make that jump over to human beings, that's a mighty jump.
Well, you just got to be careful with this, because even though it's one laboratory, you know, this stuff can get away from you.
I know. Well, this is look.
Yeah.
We done got burned.
Look what we've been through here.
I was about to say, we've been burned on that one, haven't we, Wuhan?
Yeah.
Mr.
Whatever
Wuhan.
you do, don't. And I'm not too sure some of this crazy stuff hadn't got out of the lab already.
Easy.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever seen the pig that had the monkey face on it?
I don't want to see
Somebody was playing with the Petri dishes on that one.
I do not want to see that one.
Oh, Rick.
Petri dishes.
That's you go, hey, that's a foul. Somebody.
No,
boo to that.
I don't want to.
I don't know where it was.
What if you were hunting and saw that come across the field?
Oh no.
The thing though, you let these things out, and you don't know what these things are susceptible to. I mean, you're messing with stuff you ought not be tampering with.
Right.
And some of that.
Have we seen a primate yet acknowledge on their own without human being help? I have no pants on and I need some.
No.
And then create them. Have they themselves raised their hand and said, "Just notice today I have zero pants, and I need."
That's how they would say it.
Yeah.
I call it self-realization.
Yeah. Why? I am
beyond. I'm hungry. I'm sleepy,
right.
or I need a girlfriend.
Right. Yeah.
All
right. And now, how about this? If y'all would, I'd like to start with a pair of pants, and then I'd like to take a long look at indoor plumbing.
Right. And if you have a brush and a comb, I'll take that.
Yeah. Yes, and I'd also like to be taught how to walk through a grocery store versus trying to get out of here and see if I can't get something down and kill it and eat it.
Right. that whole concept.
Right. I'm kind of tired of, look at me. I got a big long blade of grass and I'm getting termites with it and eating it. I'd like to be able to roll through. If I could roll through a grocery store, that'd be huge. It looks like y'all got a better plan. They just don't seem to be pulling that off.
Y'all, speaking of that, this is off the subject, but the anteater always just is.
Are you
amazing
back to the
me.
anteater? Can we not
go
even
anteater? So amazing.
Why
to me.
can we bring up anteater?
I mean, I feel like if we found life on another planet, it'd look like an anteater. Do you?
Yeah, I definitely do.
That has to be one of the weirdest things walking around on this planet.
How about that, Tom?
How about I eat ants? I spray ants. That's lunch for him. That's weird. Look, Rick, just look at it. Look at that thing.
If we
look at it,
if the rover on Mars
showed me a picture of that
and saw that,
well, if it ever does, that to me, you'd go, well, yeah, that's an alien right there.
Yeah, if you saw that any other place and somebody already taught you to be looking for it,
roll that one more
you
time.
wouldn't know what to do. You wouldn't know what to do.
You got to admit that is a weird looking animal.
Oh, sure
I mean,
it
I
is.
like them, but they're weird looking.
You like them?
You like them?
What a snout.
If you're wrapping up your Rick and Bubba time for the week, then have a good weekend. Lord willing, we'll talk to you Monday. Thanks for being with us. If you'd like to get all the different ways, find them all, how you can grab all the Rick and Bubba content, just go to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Waking on the blubber.
Rick and Bubba,